rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready.
Here yet?
She is. She had to run out, but we can go ahead and continue.
Okay. All right. The defense have any argument to raise concerning the transcript?
We do, Your Honor. Your Honor, the transcript that was produced, well, let me take a step back. As Your Honor recalls, the recording has significant portions that are inaudible.
Correct.
I understand the court's ruling that when there are portions that are audible, the recording can be heard, and we certainly accept that. The difficulty with the transcript is there are so many portions of it that are marked unintelligible. We originally received paper copies of what Mr. McElveen, who is the person who did the enhancement, created. And the transcript that we received was divided into two sections. The first section, which I believe was 38 pages, had the word inaudible appear 121 times. The second transcript, which was 12 pages, had the word inaudible appear 45 times. What the state has now done is they've taken the audio and video of the recording and put it on I'm not sure what, and I don't know what kind of program, and then with the transcript scrolling underneath it. And they've actually excised the word inaudible and replaced inaudible with ellipses and dashes, which can give the jury the impression that what is being said is the most important part and that everything else doesn't really matter. And in that instance, Your Honor, the transcript becomes the evidence, and that is why we cannot stipulate to its use as a demonstrative aid. Now, we understand that Ms. Magbanua took the stand yesterday and suggested that she can now attest to its authenticity.
Well, I don't think she suggested. She said it's accurate.
She said it, Your Honor. Now, I think reasonable minds probably can agree that there are some truth-telling issues that Ms. Magbanua, some of which she admitted to, others she did not. But in her previous trial, when Ms. Dugan played various clips, not the entire recording, but various clips without the transcript of the audio and the video from the adultery veto recording, Ms. Magbanua said repeatedly, I can't hear that, I don't hear that, I didn't hear that. So she's certainly changed what she's had to say. But it remains, Your Honor, that if the transcript is allowed on a recording that has so many portions that are inaudible, Katie Magbanua cannot be heard virtually at all. Mr. Adelson's statements are often inaudible. If the transcript is allowed to roll with the dashes, with the ellipses, it becomes the evidence. It becomes what the jurors are going to fixate upon. And that is exactly what Martinez said should not happen.
Well, let's take this step by step because I believe I want to make sure at least we're all talking about the same thing. There is an actual copy, paper copy of the recording that could be provided.
Your Honor, we received it in discovery. I don't know that that's what the state intends to use. But
Then let's clarify that point. Is the state wanting to use then a paper transcript that has been prepared and already disclosed, or are you wanting to roll the words under the video itself?
The latter, Your Honor, but it's the same transcript that's been applied to the video for demonstrative purposes.
All right, I believe Ms. Myers has already indicated it's not in fact the same because the portions that would otherwise refer to being inaudible in the transcript do not appear the same in the video.
Okay, so we want in the video the word inaudible to appear instead of...
I believe that's what they're suggesting as a part of, or at least part of their objection, because it is not exactly the transcript itself.
well, to clarify, Your Honor, I'm not suggesting that. I'm simply using that as a justification for why this shouldn't come in. The transcripts are clear. There's so many portions that are inaudible that the transcripts just shouldn't be used. I don't think under Martinez they're appropriate.
Well, Ms. Myers, this was why during the evidentiary hearing I specifically asked the question, if Ms. Magbanua testifies at that point, there is someone who is a direct participant in this conversation who can verify the authenticity of either the recording or any transcript that has been prepared. I'm not sure whether or not you all are expecting her to testify or not. She has testified that it's authentic.
Well, I think given her previous testimony in the last trial, Your Honor, where she said she couldn't hear, these very same statements that were presented to the jury in that case on clips, I think we have a credibility issue at a minimum. I don't know why she suddenly determined that she can hear everything that's being said when she couldn't at her trial in 2022.
Am I to determine her past testimony as far as ruling on this specific point?
No, Your Honor, but at a minimum, I think we ought to be entitled to do a voir dire of her to determine what she can hear and what she can't, and why she suddenly changed.
Very well, Ms. Kappelman, any additional argument?
No, sir. I think her prior statements regarding... No, but I'm going to...
Yes.
I think her prior statements are not in evidence. I don't recall her being impeached with those prior statements regarding the wire. That opportunity was present during cross-examination. I don't think an additional voir dire is required. I think we have met the standards under Martinez and would ask that we be permitted to use the transcript merely as a demonstrative aid with the cautionary instruction that Your Honor would give.
Well, cautionary instruction definitely will be given as it pertains to this recording. Since the beginning, I believe the defense has already raised previously up to 30 minutes of the beginning of the recording cannot be heard. So on that basis alone, a cautionary will be given. The other point about the transcript that would potentially be under the video matching what the court reporter has actually prepared, I do believe is a fair one. And it cannot be inaccurate in any way if it's going to be used even as a demonstrative. Ms. Myers?
Just to clarify, I believe in her trial last year, Ms. Magbanua, clips were played. Obviously, we were not there. But I believe, well, we were not arguing. I believe Ms. Dugan presented them to Ms. Magbanua and said, "Did you hear that? What did you mean by that?" And Ms. Magbanua's response, time and time again, was, "I didn't hear that." So she was given that opportunity. She did testify under oath that she could not hear it. And that doesn't even account for all of the statements by Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Adelson on the recording that cannot be heard. So I think that if the transcript is given as in the version that the state wants to use, those words become the evidence, because those words are the ones that the jury is likely to fixate upon. And then with the ellipses and the dashes, as I said, it does suggest that there's more there, but it doesn't really matter. When in fact, there's more there, but nobody can hear it.
No, Ms. Myers, I am in agreement with you. That part has to be accurate. If it's going to be used, there's not going to be any guesswork. The foundation, though, for using this as a demonstrative aid can be laid among multiple witnesses. Ms. Magbanua has already provided the initial layer with authenticating the transcript is accurate and correct. Any further foundation that needs to be laid for the introduction of demonstrative aid, the state will have to properly lay. But as far as using the demonstrative, it has to be accurate in all respects. Ms. Kappelman, do you understand what I'm saying?
I think what you're saying, Your Honor, is that you'd like the word inaudible to be present on the demonstrative if it's present in the transcript.
That is correct.
Okay.
Before it's shown to the jury, if the defense wishes to engage in any further voir dire with the witnesses that are going to lay the foundation on this topic, I'll allow them to do so. But as far as considering her past trial testimony for the basis of making this ruling, she has testified under oath in this trial that the transcript is accurate and correct. The court will accept that representation. She was subject to cross-examination. If the defense is going to call her again to dispute this point or for some other relevant purpose, you have the ability to do so. All right. Let's bring him in. Everyone can be seated. What's that? Okay. Go ahead and bust them out.
See? Anybody else? What number were you? 5.
Good morning, members of the jury. We are going to continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett. Last night when we left off, the state finished its direct examination. The defense is now going to have its opportunity to cross-examine him. When the defense is ready, you may examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Corbett, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Now, you testified yesterday about phone records.
I did, yes, sir.
Okay. Phone records are only kept for a certain amount of time, right?
That's correct.
So you subpoenaed these records back in the 2014, 15, 16 timeframe, right?
Yes, most of the records would have been obtained primarily in the 2014, 2015. Those additional records obtained just prior to the intercept.
In the PowerPoint presentation that you showed yesterday, there was no new data in there since the arrests of Sigfredo Garcia, Luis Rivera, and Katherine Magbanua back in 2016, correct?
In the presentation, we have no new data.
Let me ask it differently. The presentation may have changed,
Correct.
but you didn't receive any new data since that point in time.
That's correct.
So everything in that presentation you had back in 2016.
Yes, we should have.
And you're aware that Mr. Adelson wasn't arrested until 2022, right?
Yes.
So it's fair to say that whatever is in your presentation, someone didn't think it was enough to arrest Mr. Adelson, correct?
Objection to speculation and relevance.
Relevance.
I'll move on. When you're doing your analysis, you are just plopping data in and looking for patterns, right?
That's one of the things I do, yes.
Okay. It's hard, believe me.
I know.
Okay. And let me say this, the amount of work was tremendous in putting this investigation together, correct?
It was, yes.
The amount of work in 2014 and 2015 in going through bus videos and ATM videos and SunPass records and phone records must have been thousands and thousands of man hours, right?
Yes,
And ultimately you got the two shooters, correct?
we did.
As well as Katherine Magbanua, right?
Yes.
And those records led you right to them, but it was a lot of work and amazing work, right?
It was a thorough and complete investigation, yes.
Amongst a lot of agencies, right?
Yes.
Now, when Charlie Adelson was arrested in 2022, the phone companies no longer had records for 2013 or 2014, right?
It would depend on which company. Some would, yes.
But AT&T didn't, correct?
AT&T may have, yes.
Well, if I told you they didn't, would you believe me?
Yes.
Okay. And if you don't have the phone records, you also don't have cell site data, right?
That's correct.
And so if you don't have the phone records and you don't have the cell site data, you're limited to the phone records that you have, right?
Correct.
And your records began in May of 2014, right? Your phone records.
Yes.
So if we wanted to see the patterns of these calls at time periods before May of 2014, we are not able to do so, correct?
That's correct.
Now,
One moment. Whoever's phone is going off, turn it off or leave the courtroom. Please continue.
thank you, Your Honor. Now, I think you said on direct that when you look at the call detail records, there's sometimes duplication.
There is, yes.
So sometimes one call will look like three calls.
Yes.
And cell site data, you talked about it a little bit on direct. Cell site data isn't for every single call, right?
No, we do not have cell site data for every call. If the call does not reach the handset, then we would see a record of that attempt, but there may not be cell site data associated with that particular event.
And with text messages, sometimes you can get cell site data and sometimes you can't, right?
It's largely dependent upon the carrier. Certain carriers do provide cell site location for text messages and others do not. For instance, Verizon.
What about AT&T?
AT&T does provide location information with text messages.
But in your call detail records, aren't there instances where there are text messages and there's no cell site data associated with those text messages?
So again, there may be attempted messages that do not reach the handset where there may not be location. And then we kind of talk about text messages as a singular thing, but really we have messages that are completed through the carrier that go through the carrier's network. And then we have things such as iMessage, which from Apple devices, iOS devices, that don't go through the normal carrier network. And so we don't see records at all for those in the call detail records that the carrier provides. So there are a lot of messages that we see for which there is no associated location information or events in the carrier records.
Okay, and it's scary that I'm doing this with you with my technological inefficiencies, but let's talk about iMessages a little bit. So iMessages are when an iPhone user is speaking to an iPhone user through text messages, correct?
Yes.
So if Charlie Adelson and his parents are messaging each other, it will often go through iMessages, right?
That's correct.
And associated with that, you wouldn't see cell site data, correct?
That's correct.
Now, SunPass records, you got them in 2014, right? In 2015.
I was not the one who received those directly, so I don't know exactly when they were obtained.
Okay, but you testified to some SunPass records yesterday, right?
I don't believe that we did.
Okay. Are you aware that in 2022 you can't get SunPass records back in 2014?
I was not.
Okay. Let's talk about frequency reports. And you mentioned this a bit yesterday, but I want to make sure it's clear. You said that one thing that you look at as an investigator is frequency reports, right? Meaning the amount of times that people are calling each other.
Yes.
And you said that you're looking at that to see if there are co-conspirators. I think that's one of the words you used, right?
And that is one of the things we're looking for, yes.
Okay. But frequency reports can also be seen between wife and husband, girlfriend and boyfriend, mother and son, and daughter and father, right?
Correct.
So the fact that a mother and a son and a girlfriend and a boyfriend call each other a lot doesn't necessarily make them co-conspirators. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
Okay. Depends on your perspective, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, these calls and call logs and frequency reports, they don't tell you what people are actually saying, right?
The records that I have from the carriers, no. We have no content with that.
Okay. You're just seeing the calls,
Yes.
and you're just seeing or looking for some patterns.
Yes.
But sometimes those patterns can bring about false positives or false assumptions, right?
Well, the patterns are what they are. The communications happened, they're there in the records. Their relevance or meaning is, could be varied.
And their relevance or meaning sometimes determined by guesswork, right?
I wouldn't say guesswork.
Assumptions.
I think the call patterns are looked at in conjunction with other information, other evidence, other things that are going on at the time, and the totality of that would lend whatever relevance to those calling patterns.
Fair enough. So let's look at the totality of these calls, okay? So let's start with July 1. And from July 1, you can tell from text messages that there was an incident between Sigfredo Garcia and Charlie Adelson, right?
Yes.
And so what I'm going to be talking to you about today is not only your report and your call records, but in trying to find out the patterns, you looked at Mr. Adelson's and other people's text messages, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you can see from those text messages that this confrontation between Sigfredo Garcia and Mr. Adelson caused a lot of stress. You can see that, right, in the text messages?
Yes.
Okay. For instance, you can see in the text messages that for the only time in your investigation, there's text messages from Charlie Adelson's dad to Charlie Adelson after midnight.
I don't know that that's the only time, but it could be.
Well, you would agree that at 12:38 in the morning, his dad texts Charlie and says, "Are you home?" And Charlie says, "Yes, home safe," and the dad has a thumbs up Do you agree with that? When you went through your investigation, you saw that, correct?
Well, I certainly don't remember every one of the tens of thousands of messages, but I can look it up real quick and confirm that.
Can
but
I
I-
approach, Your Honor? And it goes to the next page.
And are these times adjusted?
They are adjusted.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's either 12:38 or 8 o'clock in the evening.
It's 12:38.
Okay. I can confirm that as well.
It's on the second.
Okay.
Judge, while he's looking that up, can we have a brief sidebar?
You may approach. You may continue with your examination.
Did that refresh your recollection?
I'm not finding those messages at that time. So there is a message from Harvey Adelson to Charlie, or from Charlie to Harvey saying, trying to return your call. That's at 8:10 in the evening on the 2nd. We're talking July 2nd.
We're talking July 2nd at 12:38 in the morning. And if you want to look on your thing at 8:38 in the evening, that's fine as well.
It's not there either, I believe. Because I've not adjusted this.
Are you sure that you have all the text messages?
This is one of the extractions. I'm not sure where that came from. I don't recognize that format that you have.
I'll
But
move on, but are you sure that when you did this report, it included every text message received on Charlie Adelson's iCloud?
I believe that it does, yes.
But you don't have those, right?
I do not see those in what I'm looking at right here in the timeline. So
I'll move on. You talked about this June 2nd, 2014 rental car pickup. Remember that?
Yes.
And during your testimony, you put Ms. Magbanua at the rental car pickup, correct?
Consistent with that, yes.
If Ms. Magbanua testified yesterday that she knew nothing about the first trip and had nothing to do with renting the rental car, that would be a lie, right?
Objection to speculation relevance.
Well, the rule is irrelevant.
Sustained as a speculation. You may rephrase if you're capable.
If she testified yesterday that she had nothing to do with being near the rental car or knowing about the first trip, that would not be consistent with your data, correct?
I don't know her testimony, but it would not be consistent with the location of the handset.
Now, Charlie Adelson's handset wasn't located anywhere near the rental car on that day, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, looking at his text messages, you could tell that he was working as late as 9:05 that evening, correct?
Again, I don't recall the content of every message, but there was nothing that I recall associating him with the rental of the vehicle.
May I approach Your Honor, try to refresh witness's recollection?
You may.
Does this refresh your recollection that he was leaving the office at 9:05 p.m. that evening?
So about 500. This message here that you have started?
These three messages here.
There's nothing about leaving the office. There's a request to put something in a safe, thanks again, but I don't see anything that says I'm leaving.
What's the something in a safe?
I left a container of bone on your desk. It's in a blue box that says Zimmer on it. It's about 500 in bone.
Okay. Do you know what Charlie Adelson does for a living?
I do.
What does he do? What does he do for a living?
He is a periodontist.
And does he work with bones?
He does.
Okay. And do you know that he works with a dentist called Bloom?
I'm not familiar with that name.
And that dentist's office is in northern Fort Lauderdale?
Not familiar with that.
Okay. And so when you looked at that day to see where he was located, this text message meant nothing to you, right?
It just indicates that something was left in an office, and there's not a time with that. I just left something in your office, I'm leaving now. There's nothing in that exchange that gives me an idea of where he was at that particular time. And so no, I did not consider that in that. We look at the cell site locations primarily, but again, I have nothing that associated Mr. Adelson with the rental of that vehicle.
You can agree that when that message is sent, it's at 9:05 p.m., correct?
In your report, yes, sir?
Okay. You can agree that on your chart, remember you did that chart with all the red and blue arrows?
Yes, sir.
You can agree on your chart, his first phone call is to Katherine Magbanua at 8:57 p.m.
Again, not having memorized every call,
It's the first page of your chart.
the first call that evening, yes, was at 8:57 p.m.
If you take my word that he was leaving the office at around 9 o'clock, would that indicate that that call was made from the car?
If he was leaving the office, then it could have been made from the car, yes.
Okay. And there are no text messages before that call between him and Ms. Magbanua, correct? The last text message is at 6:41 that evening, correct?
Again, I can look at that. I will take your word. I do not recall any text messages that evening relevant to the rental of the vehicle.
The next page of this exhibit has a call back from Katherine Magbanua. Do you see that?
At 9:17 p.m.?
Correct.
Yes, sir.
The first call is only a minute long, right?
Correct.
And she calls him back. There's nothing odd for a girlfriend to call a boyfriend back on the phone, right?
Correct.
The next page has a text message at 9:31 from Wendy Adelson to Harvey Adelson. You see that?
Yes, sir.
Harvey Adelson's Wendy Adelson's dad, right?
Correct.
Do you have any idea what that text message said?
I don't know that we looked at that. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't recall what the text message was. Nothing of relevance to that rental of the vehicle.
But relevant enough to put it on this chart.
It's just a record of the communications. So the communication occurred, so it's included as in that series of communications.
Now, 2022, I have no access to Miss Adelson's text back then, right?
We have the forensic extraction of her handset, which could contain that text message.
What if I told you it doesn't?
Then it doesn't.
Okay. So we have no idea what that text says. It could say anything.
I'm not familiar with what the content of that text message is, no.
The next call you have is a call from Charlie Adelson at 9:44 to the Adelson residence. He calls his parents, right?
That's correct.
And again, using my time frame, he still could be in the car, right?
He could be.
By the way, when you went through the patterns, did you notice that he makes a lot of calls to his girlfriend and his parents in the morning and in the late evening?
He makes a lot of calls at all times, but yes.
Did you notice more calls in the morning when he's driving to work, in the evening when he's driving home from work, than in the middle of the day?
That would be correct, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that Charlie Adelson was working at the Adelson Institute the next day?
I was not.
Are you aware that he had a big surgery the next day at the Adelson Institute?
I was not.
Okay. We're going to get back to the residence calls, but let's just put a thumbtack on that for right now. By the way, when he calls the residence on this call, he's calling from his own cell phone, right?
That's correct.
He's not calling from a friend's phone.
Correct.
He's not calling from a payphone.
Correct.
He's not calling from a landline.
Correct.
The next call you have is a call between Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Yes.
And same with the next one we'll skip over. It's between the killers, correct? Garcia and Magbanua.
Correct.
Now, Harvey Adelson calls Charlie Adelson at 10:16, right?
That's correct.
And this is cell phone to cell phone.
Correct.
That call happens at 10:16 and it lasts for a little about 5 minutes, right?
Correct. 5 minutes and 18 seconds.
And immediately thereafter, Charlie Adelson calls his dad back. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Are you aware that at the time that these calls happened, the Adelsons, you have them living...
Objection to counsel testifying.
I'll let you finish the question first, but go ahead. Finish your question.
Are you aware, where did you think the Adelsons were living, Donna and Harvey Adelson, at the time of these phone calls?
I don't believe they were living at the Icon at that point. I believe they were living further north.
Would it surprise you that they were living further south part-time at a place called the Continuum?
I'm not familiar with that.
Well, did you look at the cell phone, the text messages where they're talking about sharing a place at the Continuum?
I do not recall those.
Do you know whether the Continuum has bad cell phone reception?
I'm not familiar with that at all.
Would these two calls that you have as two different arrows indicate that the call could have gotten cut off and Charlie's calling his dad back?
The call could have ended for any number of reasons, and there's nothing in the records that would tell me it was cut off from a service reason versus just the conclusion of the call.
But the calls are immediately after one another, correct?
Not immediately. They are 6 minutes apart.
with no calls in between, right?
No calls between any of the involved parties. So there could be, if we were to expand and look at all of Charlie's calls, there could be calls to other persons, or Harvey Adelson could have calls to other persons. This summary is limited to just calls between our subjects, and there are no additional calls between our subjects in that time frame.
Fair enough. Skipping 208. You then have a call at 10:41 between Katie and Charlie.
That's correct.
And did you look to see whether there were any text messages in between this call?
I do not recall any text messages that evening in Mr. Adelson's return. There was a picture sent that were not retained, and that was the only communication that I saw in the iCloud return.
And the last three sheets have nothing to do with any calls or text messages involving any of the Adelsons, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to talk to you about this sheet right here, which is this landline sheet. You recall this?
Yes.
And you talked about how it was very significant to you that there were so few contacts between Charlie Adelson or anyone, Charlie Adelson's phone and his parents' house phone, their landline. Remember testifying to that yesterday?
I do.
And remember testifying that this was an indication for you when people use landlines that they might be wanting to disguise things. Do you recall saying that?
That was a question that I was asked, if there was a perception that cell phones were less secure than landlines. I do believe that perception exists. That was my answer to the question.
And this point was important enough to you that you made a whole slide on it.
I was asked to review the frequency of communications from the cell phones compared to the landline, and how frequently the landline was contacted versus their cell phones.
On all of the calls to the Adelson's landline, are they all from Charlie Adelson's cell phone?
The ones, yes, we were looking at Charlie Adelson's cell phone. That chart is based exclusively from his cell phone. So we're looking at the cell phone contacts between his cell phone, their cell phones, his cell phone, and their residence is what we're looking at. If he were to call from the office or call from other places, that would not be included.
Is that an indication that he wasn't trying to disguise anything?
I don't know if he's trying to disguise anything or not. Again, I was asked to look at the frequency of communications between the two numbers.
By the way, this landline, did you look at whether the phone number has ever changed since 1978?
I have not.
Let's move on to June 5th and the surveillance of Professor Markel's home and the return travel to Miami. You went through Charlie's text messages on the 5th during this time period, right?
I have reviewed them at some point, yes.
And you reviewed them to see if there was anything out of the normal or routine, correct?
Looking for any information that was related to this travel, the incident, anything like that.
When you reviewed them, did you see anything in this time period in the text messages that looked off?
Again, with hundreds of thousands of messages, I certainly did not attempt to memorize them all. I can look at that day and see. I don't recall anything that appeared off or appeared, that stood out to me.
You were asked about a birthday present. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was there anything in the text messages discussing a caterer?
There was, yes.
Was there anything in the text messages discussing how Charlie Adelson was working on getting a caterer for the birthday party?
Yes.
Do you recall if those text messages were on June 5th, 2014?
I don't recall the exact date. Again, I can look that up, but
Let me try to help you.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
yes.
On June 5th, do you recall that Charlie Adelson was working late?
I do not.
Do you recall that his parents were talking about going to yoga?
I do not.
Now, I want to move to June 6th and the location of the rental car. Now, the first thing you had behind this slide was a text message between Wendy Adelson and Professor Markel. Do you see that? And let me
And I'm sorry, which,
okay, let me show you so you can catch up.
right there. Yes.
And this is a text message where Wendy Adelson, and it's in evidence, Your Honor, where Wendy Adelson asks Professor Markel whether he's in Tallahassee, July 14 to 18. I just want to know if I can have the kiddos on the 16th. Thanks. And she says, yes, you can. You see that?
Mr. Markel says yes, you
Sorry,
can. Yes.
Professor Markel says, yes, you can.
Yes.
See that? Are you aware that that was that there was a birthday party on the 5th in South Beach for Harvey's 70th birthday?
Yes.
And are you aware that the next slide you have Miss Adelson down in South Beach? Are you aware that she attended that birthday party on the 5th and stayed in town on the 6th?
Yes.
Now, in your experience, is it normal for co-parents to text each other about visitation of kids?
Sure.
By the way, she's asking whether she can have the kids on the 16th, right?
She's asking for the date range of the 14th through the 18th. And yes, if I can have the kids on the 16th.
You're aware that Professor Markel's murder happened on the 18th, right?
I am, yes.
Didn't happen on the 16th, right?
That's correct.
And you're aware that Professor Markel had custody of the kids on the 18th, the day that he was murdered, right?
That's correct.
By the way, just moving back very quickly, and I don't know where your slide is on this, but regarding July 2nd, after the incident,
Yes, sir.
can you pull that slide up where you have a text message between Charlie Adelson and Katie, a series of text messages?
Yes, sir. That would be slide 28.
And one of the, can we put slide 28 on the screen? Is that possible? Oh, I'll do it from here. Hold on.
Actually, the witness can.
Can you put it on the screen? Did you make a mistake here by accident, Sergeant Corbett?
It's possible these were cut and pasted from the actual celebrate report.
Isn't it true that Charlie Adelson said this really sucks?
It's possible.
Can you check?
I can.
Let me see if I can help you. May I approach, Your Honor?
All right?
You are correct.
Can we put that back, can we put the other one back on the screen now?
Sure. Possibly.
And isn't it true that Ms. Magbanua said these two statements, not Charlie Adelson?
Let me double check that.
May I approach, Your Honor?
They're right after. Yes. All right. Thanks. That's correct.
Okay. Going back to June 6th, you showed Charlie Adelson staying at Miss Magbanua's residence that evening, correct? Well, you show him there at 12:30 in the morning and 11:46 in the morning, right?
On the 6th.
On the 6th.
Yes, sir. The events that we looked at, he had an event at 12:30 a.m. and then the next event at 11:46 a.m.
And that would be consistent with him leaving his parents' party, his dad's party, and staying in South Beach at his girlfriend's house?
It could be, yes.
And looking at the text messages, could you tell that the family was going to get back together in South Beach the next day for dinner?
There was conversation to that, yes.
Now, if we could move to July 14th. Your analysis through the text messages and through the cell site data shows that Charlie Adelson had dinner or met up. I don't think it says dinner. Oh, it actually does. Had dinner with Katie Magbanua on the evening of the 14th, correct?
That's correct.
That would be inconsistent with, if there's testimony in this courtroom by Ms. Magbanua saying that she did not have dinner with him that evening, that would be inconsistent with your data, correct?
What I have is a text message indicating that they could eat closer to her residence, and there is location information that Mr. Adelson traveled to that area, traveled away from that area. I don't know exactly where Midtown is, where the request to eat was, and then traveled back to her residence. What they did, I do not know.
Okay. Now, what you do have, and this is important, so I want you to go to this page of your exhibit. You have him leaving, Charlie Adelson leaving the area around 12:42 a.m., correct?
He has events consistent with the area for residents at 12:42, and then the next event at 1:02 has traveled some distance. So yeah, somewhere after 12:42, he would depart that area.
Okay. And you have a phone call from Sigfredo Garcia, a call from Katie to Sigfredo Garcia at 12:48.
That's correct.
So that would be consistent that that phone call was made after Charlie Adelson left the residence, correct?
Correct.
If you're looking at patterns, it might indicate to you that Katie wanted to make a call to Sigfredo without Charlie being there, right?
It could be.
By the way, you have no phone calls whatsoever between Charlie and Sigfredo Garcia, or vice versa.
That's correct.
And you have no indication anywhere in this chart, through cell phone data or otherwise, that Katie ever called Sigfredo when Charlie was with her.
I certainly have not analyzed months of location data to see if they could possibly be together when a phone call was made to Mr. Garcia.
Well, let me ask you this question. There's a lot of pages in your exhibit with a lot of dots.
Yes.
On any of those dots, can you tell, none of those dots show that Charlie Adelson was with Katie Magbanua when she ever called Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
That's correct.
July 15, 2014, the Prius rental. What color was the Prius?
Green.
It wasn't silver, right?
The Prius was not silver. It's a mint metallic green.
And is Prius a Toyota or a Nissan?
It is a Toyota.
Now, you did the arrow sheet again for calls on the 15th, right?
Yes.
This time you did it a little bit differently, right?
Yes.
What was different this time versus the way you did it previously?
It was just contacts between persons, as opposed to breaking down each individual call.
And these contacts between persons, some of them might have been callbacks or misconnections or voicemails, correct?
That's correct.
Judge?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to say something in privately available.
We'll take a brief recess. So, please follow the bill. Yeah.
Like I said.
Be seated. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may continue with your examination.
Okay, so I think where we left off, I might go back a little bit. Where we left off, we were talking about your slides from July 15th and how they were different than the previous slides. Can you just repeat for the jury how they're different?
Yes. The first time we looked at the calls, shorter time frame, and we looked at each individual event. For this, they were summarized, all the calls are there, they were summarized in the pictures with arrows as just the totality of contacts between certain people, so the total number of contacts and the duration of those contacts.
And those could include voicemails and missed calls, correct?
That's correct.
Now, are you aware that on the 15th, there's some communications between Charlie Adelson and the Adelson residents, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that from the text messages that there were some billing issues that Charlie was having with his mom that day? Do you recall that?
No.
Okay. Are you aware that his mom was trying to figure out about a bill with a company and what she should do with it?
Objection to hearsay.
Sustained. You may ask the question a different way.
I'll move on from it. One moment, Your Honor. Are you aware that on that day, Mr. Adelson purchased a vehicle?
No.
Are you aware anything in the text messages about partnering in a limo?
I know that there's conversation at various times about limo, but I don't recall specifically from that day.
You don't recall that that was the day when he and others closed on a limo?
No.
Now, you have a slide about a July 15th meeting between Garcia and Magbanua.
Yes.
During this meeting, you can tell from cell site data that Mr. Adelson's about an hour north, correct?
I believe so.
Now let's talk about your slides on July 17th. The slides on July 17th, you again have no idea what Mr. Adelson is discussing with Donna Adelson, correct?
I don't recall the specifics of any communication that day.
And on the 17th, there's two communications with Ms. Adelson, between Charlie and Donna, correct?
That sounds correct.
And then there's a bunch of communications between Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis Rivera, correct? Several
Yes.
slides.
And I believe there's more than two between, that's Wendy. Yes, I believe I see at least three on the 17th, four, if you count the one in early morning, the 18th, between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson. And then, yes, there are a number of communications between Ms. Magbanua and Mr. Garcia.
So we're going to get to the one early in the morning on the 18th. There's a communication early in the morning on the 18th between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua. You see that, right?
Yes, sir.
Do you know whether that communication had to do with a fight they had had earlier in the day?
I don't.
And the communication with Donna Adelson that morning at 1:02 is a 0-second call, right?
Correct.
Would that be consistent with what I call a butt dial?
It could be a butt dial. It could be an unintentional dial. It's obviously a very, very short duration, was terminated very quickly.
By the way, there's a couple calls that evening between Charlie and Katherine Magbanua. You see that, right?
Yes.
I know you said that you look primarily at days where events occurred, right?
Yes,
But it makes sense that you would also look at days when events don't occur, right?
we did, yes.
So was it common on days when events didn't occur that Charlie Adelson would almost always speak to his girlfriend late at night?
They spoke frequently, yes.
And almost every night they spoke, correct?
I would
Before
agree with that,
bedtime,
yes.
right?
Yes,
And that would be on a regular day versus an event day, correct?
correct.
Let's move on to July 18th. And the first document you have is a calendar entry from Wendy Adelson, and that entry is deleted, correct?
Correct.
Do you know of people who delete their calendar entries after they occur?
I'm sorry?
Let me rephrase. Do you keep a calendar?
I do.
Do you know of people who, when the event occurs, they delete it from their calendar?
Yes.
It's pretty common, right?
I don't know how common it is, but it certainly happens.
And you have a call at 8:09 in the morning from Wendy to Donna, and then a call at 8:09 in the morning from Donna to Wendy.
Yes.
Right. And then you have, well, let me ask you, were you aware that there was a Best Buy repairman coming to fix a TV that day?
Yes.
And were you aware that the warranty for that TV was in Donna and Harvey Adelson's name?
I was not.
You then have an 8:11 text where Donna is telling Wendy that Best Buy called her, meaning Donna.
Yes.
Would that be consistent with the warranty being in Donna and Harvey's name?
It could be.
You then have a text from Wendy Adelson which says, "This is so sweet." You remember that?
Yes.
Could you tell that it was a picture?
I don't know that it was a picture,
Okay. Do you know what it was?
just a text that said, "This is so sweet."
And that ominous text, scary text, that was also deleted, right?
It was, yes.
Now, you then have a call between Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson at 9:12 that lasts for only 29 seconds. Is that consistent with not reaching the recipient of the call?
Yes.
And then you have another slide with a call at 9:19 where Wendy Adelson calls Charlie Adelson back and they speak for 18 minutes, right?
Correct.
Now, through your investigation, are you aware that Charlie Adelson was working in Jupiter that day?
I do not recall that.
Do you happen to know how far Jupiter is from Charlie Adelson's house?
It's a distance.
Okay. Would it surprise you that can be a 2-hour drive?
No.
And do you know that when he started work that day in Jupiter?
I do not.
Okay. Do you know about what was
One
called?
moment. Bailiff, please escort out the person whose phone is ringing.
Yeah.
The gallery's conduct during the trial. Is there any more issues with phones, murmuring audibly, or anything else? You are leaving the trial. I hope I am making myself clear. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. That morning through text messages, could you tell that there was an issue between Wendy Adelson and Professor Markel regarding some swimming and the boys?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know if Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson were talking about that on
I
the
do.
phone? Do you know if Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson were talking about the fight that he had with Katie Magbanua the day before?
I do not.
And with all of these calls on the 18th, you have no idea what they're discussing on the phones, correct?
Correct. We don't have any recordings of those, so we don't know what was said during those communications.
By the way, there's several back-to-back calls in here between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And the calls are pretty short in duration, and then there's a longer one.
yes.
Are you aware that there's cell site issues on the turnpike going to Jupiter?
I'm not.
And just so everyone's clear, when you did these graphs, in parentheses is the length of time of the call, correct?
That's correct.
So if there's a call for instance, 11 seconds, it's probably not a connection, right? Voice to voice.
It could possibly be, but more likely not, yes.
Now, you have a call between Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson at 10:07 a.m.
Yes,
Looking at the text messages around that period of time, in the text messages, are there discussions about dinner that night?
I don't recall.
Do you recall discussions about Charlie getting dinner with a friend?
There was a conversation about that, yes.
And do you recall discussions back and forth about whether he would get dinner with the friend or whether he would get dinner with Katherine Magbanua?
I believe so, yes.
And it was a bit of a exchange back and forth, correct?
I remember several messages about dinner and timing, if I recall.
I want to move on to Wendy Adelson's travel on the 18th and cell site locations, okay? And what I'd like to do, well, let's try it just verbally, but I want to do it carefully, okay? If you look at your timeline, the first document you have, and maybe you can pull it up actually, is that ABC Fine Wine and Spirits receipt.
Yes.
Okay, and I want to be I'm particularly looking at times, okay?
Yes.
Times are important in this case, all right? So on that receipt, we see that Wendy Adelson bought the liquor and paid for it at 12:49 p.m. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, if you can go to, I think it's the next page, but let's see. Perfect. You'll see that Wendy Adelson is nowhere near Trescott at 12:30, right?
Well, depending on what you mean by nowhere near,
Let me ask you this. She's here at 12:30, right?
her handset's communicating with a cell site there, so
And Trescott's all the way down here, and there, her handset is communicating with another cell site, correct?
that's correct.
And you certainly would agree you can't see Professor Markel's house from here, correct?
I would not exclude his residence from possibly being serviced by that cell site. We actually see that Mr. Rivera's handset, also AT&T, communicates with that cell site when he was there.
So your testimony is that Wendy Adelson isn't here?
No, I would certainly not say she's at that definitive point. That's the location of the cell site that her handset is communicating with, and as we know, the cell sites have a relative coverage area, so that's not saying that she is specifically at that point.
Do you know how far the house is from ABC Liquor?
The house is very close to ABC Liquor.
Like 2 minutes away, right?
Yes.
So is it fair to say that, let's say it took her 10 minutes to buy the alcohol that she knew what she was getting, and 2 minutes away, well, let me ask you, 12:47 is how many minutes after 12:30?
17.
Now, you recall a call at 12:30, the only call, the first call, between Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia? It's an
Yes.
important call in this case.
Yes, sir.
And that call happens at 12:30, correct?
Yes, sir.
12:30 is before Wendy Adelson is pinging on this cell site, right?
That's correct.
And again, you say Wendy Adelson, that cell site could be picked up from over here, right?
It could, yes.
But it could also be picked up by where the cell site is, right?
That's correct.
Do you know if there are other cell sites closer in this area?
There are not between those two, no.
There aren't.
No, sir.
This is the closest cell site to Professor Markel's house?
No, it's not the closest cell site. There are, between the two cell sites that you're referencing there are no other cell sites between those two.
Let me rephrase the question. I wasn't precise. There are closer cell sites to Professor Markel's house than this cell site here, correct?
That's correct.
Now, throughout the afternoon of July 18th, there are very few text messages between Charlie Adelson and anyone else, right?
I don't recall how many there are.
Do you recall that people are texting him and when he's getting back, he's saying, I'm in a lot of surgeries, that he had a lot of surgeries that day?
Again, I don't recall the specifics of each message.
Do you recall, though, that there are several text messages between him and his friend Mike about dinner that night, and there's one text message between him and Katie confirming that he is going to go to dinner with her that night?
I believe that's correct.
By the way, the text messages between Charlie and anyone that day, nothing out of the ordinary, right?
Nothing that I recall, no.
Nothing that you thought were important enough during the day. I'm not talking about the night. Nothing that you thought was important enough to put on your PowerPoint, right?
Correct.
Do you recall there being one phone call with Katie in the afternoon?
Afternoon of the 18th?
The 18th, I believe it was at, give or take, 1:24 p.m.?
I believe that's correct. If you no longer need this, I can bring it down
Oh, yeah,
and
let me
confirm.
turn this off. And that call occurred after a text message where she said that her phone was dying?
I don't recall that specific message, but
Do you recall her texting him about asking him how work was?
yes,
And do you recall that he didn't get back to her for a while?
correct.
And do you recall that there's text messages indicating that he worked late that evening?
Yes, he indicates that he was just finishing work around 8:20, 8:23.
Now, at some point, he gets a text message from his mother, correct?
Yes,
And that is after Wendy Adelson has called Donna Adelson from the police station?
I believe so, yes.
And do you recall what the text message said?
Call us as soon as possible, ASAP.
And after that, did you see a phone call where he communicated with Donna Adelson? Had a call with Donna Adelson?
There is an outgoing call at 8:29, 7:13. So yes, there are calls between them, yes.
And there's one call that lasts a little bit longer?
Yes, there's a 6-minute and 31-second call. There's a 5-minute and 47-second call.
Okay. And after that call, are there text messages where he's telling people that he doesn't feel good? I think you showed them.
Yes,
And there's a call after that point to Katie. Is that fair to say?
there is, yes.
Okay. Now, you talked about a couple Katie texts him at 6:01 p.m. before he's spoken to his mom, right? It's on one of your sheets. I'll show you. So that you
Yes, there's a couple of texts before then.
Okay. And those texts are about work, right?
Correct.
Including at 6:01, before he's heard from his mom, he's about to start a big case.
Correct.
He's doing surgery.
I would assume so, yes.
And at 8:23, he texts her back. She asks if he's at work. And he texts her back and he says, just finishing, I'm not really feeling good. Maybe we can just hang out at my house.
Correct.
And that would be consistent that that text was after he heard whatever he heard from Donna Adelson, correct?
Correct.
Now, what you see on your map of Katie's whereabouts then is that she's a little bit all over the place, right? Meaning her phone is a little bit all over the place. It's traveling,
Yes.
and it's going to different locations.
I believe that for the period of time we're talking, her handset is consistent with leaving her residence and traveling to Mr. Rivera's residence.
Do you know if her handset went to her friend Yindra's residence, where she was hoping to get a babysitter last minute?
Certainly. So there was calls, communications with Yindra, and her residence is on the way to Mr. Rivera's. So there was certainly an opportunity for her to be able to stop.
And on those calls, or through your investigation, you learned that Katherine Magbanua was in a pinch because she didn't have a babysitter, right?
I believe that's correct.
And so she was scrambling to find someone who could watch her kids.
Yes.
And she needed a babysitter because she needed to go that evening to Charlie Adelson's residence, right?
I don't know if she needed to go, but it appeared to be the plan.
Well, there wasn't really, withdrawn. Now, you have a chart where you show Charlie Adelson leaving Jupiter. I know their estimations, but he's driving south at around 9:19 p.m.
That's correct.
Okay. And Jupiter was where he was working that day? Could
I
you
believe
tell-
so, yes.
Okay. And you have him arriving at his house at approximately 9:40 p.m., give or take.
Yes, I believe that's the first event with location that would be consistent with his house.
And through your investigation, you know where he lives, right?
Yes,
You know that he lives in an area that is a stone's throw from the turnpike, right?
correct.
Like, I mean, when I say a stone's throw from the turnpike, you can literally throw a stone and hit the turnpike, right?
Yes,
And you understand that when you're going to Tallahassee from Miami, the most direct route, you like routes, I know that. The most direct route is to take the turnpike, right?
it would be, yes.
Okay. And you know at that point in time, Donna and Harvey Adelson were living in Miami part-time.
Yes,
So I want to take you to these text messages between Donna and Charlie. Do you have them in front of you?
I will in just a second.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So at 8:59 p.m., Donna says outside your house.
Correct.
Now, you don't know from that text whether she's actually at his house or on the turnpike outside his house, right?
From that text message alone, no.
Okay. And no SunPass records were ever taken to show her actually getting off the turnpike to go to his house, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And I can't get those records today, right?
Again, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, that text outside your house is at 8:59 p.m. How many minutes later does Charlie Adelson respond to Donna?
About 20 minutes.
So his text back is 20 minutes later, right?
Yes,
So now you're at, my math is not good, but you're at 9:19 p.m., right?
correct.
And what does he say in his response?
10 minutes.
And you take that to mean that he's still 10 minutes away, right?
Correct.
Now, by the text messages, you know that Donna and Harvey Adelson arrived in Orlando at around 1:11 a.m., correct?
I believe that's correct.
Did you do that same analysis that you did with Wendy's route as to whether they could have gotten to Orlando at that time had they waited at Charlie's house for 30 minutes and then dropped off money and done whatever else the state says that they did with him?
In looking at their cell site locations very briefly, it is consistent with them traveling at least by his residence and not knowing how long or how lengthy of a stop it would have been with the cell sites and the general locations. I certainly could not exclude them having stopped. If it were 5 minutes, then it doesn't make that drive. Obviously, they did reach Orlando when they did. 5 minutes one way or the other would not. I could not deduce that from the cell site records.
But it's not 5 minutes. It's 20 minutes plus 10 minutes
Correct.
plus whatever amount of time they would have stopped.
Correct.
Your testimony is that if they left Charlie Adelson's house at 9:30, they only stopped for 1 minute. Your testimony is that they could have made it to Orlando by 1:11?
I did not analyze the amount of time, or the travel for that. I certainly can, and again, not by communication, but by cell site location. I certainly could.
The cell site location doesn't show them at Charlie's house, right?
No.
By the way, do you remember what the weather was like that day?
I do not.
Let's go to July 19th. Now, you did some analysis regarding the money drop and who was at different locations during the money drop, right?
Yes,
Charlie Adelson was nowhere near that location, right?
that's correct.
In fact, during your investigation, you can see that Charlie Adelson didn't leave his house for 24 hours, almost 24 hours, right?
I believe that's correct.
By the way, during your investigation, you can see text messages where people were trying to go out with Charlie that day, right?
I believe so, yes.
And he was refusing, right?
Correct.
He was telling people that he was taking naps and didn't feel well. Do you remember that?
Yes.
By the way, during your investigation, are you aware that within 3 weeks, Charlie Adelson spent $3,000 of his money buying camera equipment for his house?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you see that in the text messages?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that in the text messages? Anywhere in the text messages?
I don't.
Okay. Now, you brought up a series of text messages between Charlie and Katherine Magbanua the next day regarding the weather outside.
Correct.
You have no context for those text messages, right? You don't know what those text messages are about, right?
Only by their content.
Now, the government put in a whole host of text messages through you, right?
Yes.
Do you recall text messages between Charlie and his mom when they were leaving Tallahassee
On which day?
on the 21st?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall what those text messages said?
I do not. Again, I can certainly look at them.
Can you look at text messages on 7/21 at around 12 o'clock p.m.? And then again at 12:18 p.m.?
I'm sorry, on the 21st?
Yes. Would you like me to approach with them? Would that help you?
You can, I'll confirm. Are you referring to the "we all do, we just have to be strong"?
That's on the at 12:18,
Yes.
and then at 12.
Yes.
And then this one right there.
Yes.
Did Charlie Adelson indicate to his mom in these text messages his feelings about what had happened?
There is a message that says, "I feel so bad for them."
Did Donna Adelson respond to Charlie about how the family had to be in response?
She did.
Did she say what Wendy needed?
Her message is that we just have to be strong and supportive. They need family right now. Just got in car now.
Just what?
Got in car now.
Those text messages weren't in your PowerPoint, right?
They were not.
Now, there are a bunch of texts that were included after July 18 between Charlie and Katie showing that they had a nice relationship. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Do you have any idea the context of any of those texts, why Charlie was being nice to Katie?
I only have the content of the messages themselves.
Fair enough. The state also showed you a bunch of texts related to Wendy Adelson's divorce. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And during those texts, you can see that Donna Adelson in particular is upset.
yes,
At least that's what the messages say.
correct.
Are most of the messages initiated by Donna Adelson or Charlie Adelson?
I believe most by Donna.
There's a text on March 4th, 2014 in your PowerPoint where Donna says 37 miles to Gainesville. I can't talk now, but I'll text you before we stop in Gainesville where I can go to the bathroom and have a moment of privacy. Then I'll call. Please pick up because I have very limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it. First of all, did Charlie Adelson erase the text?
Most of his text messages, that's difficult to determine from the iCloud return, whether they've been deleted or not.
This text you can tell was not deleted, correct?
I would have to review that real quick.
I'll move on. It's okay. Are you aware that Donna Adelson was with Harvey Adelson on their way to back from Tallahassee?
I would deduce that based on the content of the messages.
Okay. And are you aware that they were throwing a surprise party for Harvey Adelson?
I know they were throwing a party.
Well, have you seen the invitation in your investigation where it's a surprise party?
I have not.
Could this text be about the surprise party?
It could. Sorry.
Please wait for the objection to be ruled on, Sergeant.
Apologies.
Well, the next text, we don't have to speculate. Donna says, we'll stop in 5 minutes and I can speak to you privately about Dad's birthday gift when I'm out of the car. Who would be in the car with Donna?
Harvey.
And by the way, this is 1 month or so before the text we talked about earlier where Charlie's getting a caterer for paella for the birthday.
I believe so, yes.
And by the way, that text regarding the caterer, that's on June 6th, correct?
I believe so, yes.
In your PowerPoint, you don't have that text, but you have a text on June 7th, the very next day.
Yes.
And Charlie says, have fun still working on Dad's birthday present.
Correct.
That's 1 day after he talked to his mom about the caterer, correct?
Yes.
There's no mention about a murder on this text, right?
That's correct.
There's no mention the day before about a murder, right?
That's correct.
There's mention about a caterer the day before.
There is.
I have 1 moment, Your Honor, to set this up.
Take your time.
This will be the scariest part for me. Is there a way that I can control out? Yeah, it's looking. Okay. So,
And Judge, I'm going to object to showing the jury.
Oh. sorry.
We'll shut that down.
So, you've gone through all the call records that you provided in this case, right?
At some point, yes.
Okay. And so you're familiar with patterns of calls on days other than the days that you provided in your PowerPoint, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move in demonstrative exhibit B at this point in time.
Any objection from the state?
Yes, sir. I think that the witness would need to be able to say that this is accurate compared to the records in the case.
Mr. Rauschbaum, please show the exhibit to the witness so that way he can verify the accuracy.
If our person's witness button, you just go to him.
No, that's what's on his.
I'll bring it up.
This is May 2nd. Okay. If this was the document provided previously, I have had a very limited amount of time to look at it. There are some things, I've made a few notes. There are some, inconsistencies with it that I could probably talk about some of, but I have not had a chance to review the entire thing, and it would take some time.
Judge, may we go sidebar?
You may. demonstrative. Any additional issues as to the accuracy of any one graph we'll address separately. Go ahead.
Okay. So you looked at call records for May 2nd, 2014,
Yes, sir.
and this was a non-event day, right?
I don't know.
Not an event that you were told by the state to look at, right?
Correct.
And it's one of the first days of records that we have in this case, right?
Correct.
And these are the subjects that you were looking at for the event days that you looked at with the state, right?
Yes.
And you have a call from Charlie to Katie at 12 in the morning that day, right? 16-minute call?
That's correct.
And you have another call at 12:19 for 3 minutes and 45 seconds,
Correct.
pretty much directly after each other, right?
Yes.
And then you have a call between Katie and Sigfredo Garcia at 6:42 in the morning for 36 minutes.
That's correct.
And then you have a call at 7:18 in the morning between Katie and Sigfredo, right?
Yes.
And then you have a call between Katie and Sigfredo at 8:36 in the morning, right?
No. That's actually,
I'll move on from that one.
it's a text
Witness
message.
is permitted to explain. Go ahead,
Fair
sir.
enough.
That is a text message from her records that's reported in Central Time, so.
Fair enough. Text message, not a call.
At 9:36, yes.
Okay. Then you have a call from Harvey to Donna at 8:52 in the morning.
That's correct.
Then you have a call from Donna to Harvey at 9:10 in the morning.
Yes.
Then you have a call from Charlie to Donna at 9:25 in the morning.
Yes.
Then you have Katie calls Sigfredo 3 times, 9:32 to 9:34 a.m.
Yes.
Then Charlie calls Katie, 9:34 a.m.
Yes.
Then Charlie calls Donna, 9:35 a.m.
Correct.
Then Katie texts Sigfredo, 9:36 a.m.
Correct.
Then Katie calls Charlie twice.
I don't show both of those calls, but there's at least one, yes.
Please move on.
Then Charlie calls Katie twice.
I show one at 9:40, a return call at 9:43. Yes, there is the outgoing at 9:44. Yes.
Oops. Then Charlie texts Katie at 10:19.
I believe that's correct, yes.
Katie texts Charlie at 10:42.
I believe that's correct.
Harvey calls Donna at 11:04.
That's correct.
Donna texts Harvey 3 times between 12:29 and 1:23.
That's correct.
Donna calls Harvey at 1:27.
Correct.
Sigfredo calls Katie at 1:45.
I do not show that call.
I'll move on. Harvey calls Donna at 3:20.
At 1:53?
Yes.
Yes, at 1:53.
I'm sorry, at 1:53, I apologize. Wendy texts Charlie at 2:33.
Yes.
And this goes on, right? You've seen this exhibit?
Yes.
Sigfredo calls Katie twice at 11:51 and 12:29 in the morning. It's the last activity of the day.
I do not show those on, you're still on the second?
It bleeds over to the next day. That's okay. We'll move on. And if we go to May 7th, another random day, you had a chance to look through it. Similar phone activity, right?
There is, yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
If we had the records in January, February, or March, you don't know if those patterns would be any different, right?
I do not.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
When defense first began asking you questions, they talked about duplication. In the presentation that you showed the jury yesterday, have all of the duplicates been taken out of that presentation?
Yes. For all the call summaries, went and looked at each call and looked at the recipient's records to see if there was indications of voicemail, routing, and did my best effort to remove anything that was not an individual completed actual communication.
Okay, just wanted to make sure we're not seeing twice of every single event in your presentation.
The only place there would be duplicates would be like in frequency reports or when things were tallied, because those are across, thousands of records. So in those, the duplicates may be there, but in frequencies, we're kind of looking at relevance, and those duplicates duplicate themselves across all the callers. But in any of the summaries or any of the individual call patterns, we are looking at just individual events.
And when you say summaries and call patterns, you mean those flurries where we show the data from the records followed by kind of like the talking heads with the arrows?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, the July 2nd message where we made a mistake and there was Katherine Magbanua was the one that was calling Sigfredo an effing pussy. Okay.
Yes.
That was her saying that, not Charlie Adelson.
Correct.
Okay. Were you trying to put some of these messages into the presentation this weekend while working some 12-hour shifts?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So, but in that message, is Katherine Magbanua letting Charlie Adelson know that Garcia is this scary, violent man?
It would not seem that.
She's calling him a P word.
Yes, she is.
Okay. Or telling Charlie Adelson that Sigfredo Garcia is one.
Correct.
Okay. And she's also saying that his actions, Garcia's actions, are childish.
Correct.
I just want to make it clear, for the car rental in June when Sigfredo Garcia rented that silver Nissan sedan, we have no indications that Charlie Adelson was physically there at the rental location or anything like that, right?
We do not.
Okay. What your testimony was that Katherine Magbanua was on the phone with Charlie Adelson while she was consistent with being at Comfort Rental, and then they had that 25-minute call on her way home from Comfort Rental.
That's correct.
Okay. Just in general, when a person calls a landline, is that a suspicious thing?
It is not.
Okay. Is the reason that this Charlie Adelson's calls to his parents' landline, did that stand out to investigators because Charlie Adelson was the person on the wiretaps talking about calling people back to a landline or on a landline?
That's correct.
The July 6th text message between Wendy Adelson and Dan Markel, you said it's normal for co-parents to text about children and visitation schedules. You would expect that, right?
I would, yes.
Is the reason that that message in particular stood out to investigators, is that because of the date range Wendy Adelson referenced in that text message?
That's correct.
And the date range that she referenced, was that the week of Dan Markel's murder, the 14th through the 18th?
It was, yes.
And during that date range, the 15th you said was when the Prius was rented?
Correct?
The 16th you said was the travel to Tallahassee?
Yes.
You said the 17th was the surveillance of Dan Markel?
Yes.
And the 18th was the murder?
Correct.
Defense asked you, this Prius, it was green, right? You know, it wasn't silver. Was the actual color of the Toyota Prius silver pine mica?
I believe that's correct. I referenced it as a metallic mint green.
Okay. And this was a four-door sedan?
Yes.
We saw, both in your presentation with the state and when defense had an opportunity to ask you questions, Wendy's cell site location when she's on the phone on the day of the murder from her home down to ABC Liquors. Those circles that were on the screen, those are the cell site locations that she's communicating with, right? Not her locations.
Absolutely. I hope that's clear. Those are the locations of the cell towers that her handset is wirelessly communicating with.
And that cell site that she's communicating with at 12:35 when she's on her way to the liquor store, that cell site services the area of Trescott Drive.
It could, yes.
Okay. And so does when she's down on her way a little south of there to the liquor store. That cell site services that area.
Yes.
Okay. And the reason that her cell site locations, investigators looked at those, was based on Officer Brandon reporting seeing a vehicle much like hers come up to the crime scene around that hour of day on the day of the murder.
Correct.
Just a second. Based on the data, could her cell site location be consistent with her going up to the roadblock as Officer Brandon described?
It could, yes.
Defense asked you about, there was also a message in all of the defendant's iCloud where, and he showed you the message, his mother, Donna Adelson, wanted him to send her info, as in like the name or number of a caterer.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in that message that the defense showed you, she said the word caterer, right? Not birthday gift or birthday present?
Correct.
And did that text message say to erase it after he reads it?
It did, yes.
I'm sorry, the caterer message that the defense showed you just now?
I'm sorry.
I'm talking about the caterer message that the defense showed you today.
And you're asking if that's the one that had the delete?
Right.
It did not.
Okay. So she says, can you send me the info for a caterer? And then it didn't say delete this after reading or anything like that.
That's correct.
And it didn't say anything about a birthday gift or a birthday present in that message?
In that message, no.
Okay. In the messages that we showed the jury yesterday from March 4th, she says delete this after reading when she says she wants to make a private call to him when she gets to Gainesville when she's in the bathroom. That's the one that says delete after reading?
That's correct.
Okay. And in the follow-up message a few minutes later, she says it's about Dad's birthday gift.
Yes.
And then in June, 3 months later, after the June trip to Tallahassee by the shooters, he says he's still working on the birthday gift for Dad, and she says, I know you'll come through for me.
That's correct.
Okay, and do they talk about a birthday gift in that exchange, or a birthday present, or do they talk about a caterer?
Present.
On July 18th, the day of Dan Markel's murder, does Charlie Adelson's statement that he's not feeling well, that text comes after a call with Donna Adelson, but does it come before Katherine Magbanua comes to his house that night?
It does, yes.
That same night on July 18th, in the message from Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson, does she say she's outside his house?
It says outside your house, yes.
Okay, does it say I'm on the turnpike near your house?
It does not.
When she says she's outside his house, I mean, I guess we don't know how long she stayed, whether she...
Objection, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
Foundation.
Okay, Ms. Dugan, if you can clean up the foundation on this issue.
From the messages alone, do we know how long she stayed there?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Overruled. She was going to lay the foundation.
We do not.
Okay. From the messages alone, do we know if she left something in his house for him?
We do not.
All we know is she said she's outside his house, and he says 10 minutes.
Correct.
So in the presentation yesterday, we showed the communication between the parties, meaning the heads and the arrows, on days that we know are significant days in this investigation, right? Days.
Correct.
Okay. Defense showed you some communication, they say, on random days, May 2nd and May 7th, I believe it was. I want to look at, just briefly, the divorce file in this case. All right, so the divorce file in this case is already in evidence. I want to show you a couple of things from that divorce file that were going on during that time, around the time of the beginning of May. So, right. Now, this document, does this appear to have been filed toward the end of April 24th, 2014?
Yes.
Okay. And this says former husband, would that be Dan Markel?
Yes.
Former husband's second request to produce to former wife?
Yes.
Okay. And Dan Markel is requesting Wendy Adelson to produce for inspection and copy the following documents. And then if you go over to page 4, here are his requests. And he wants her employment contract, her pay stubs, showing all her income earned, her checking account statements, her income tax returns, the TIAA CREF retirement account information, any information about removing funds from Schwab accounts, a detailed list of all of the items, marital items she may have taken from the home. That was his request in April of 2014, April 24th,
Yes.
okay? And then on May 2nd of 2014, that would have been the first day of messages that the defense showed today, right?
Yes.
Or not messages, communication back and forth.
Yes.
Okay. On May 2nd, 2014, on this day, Dan Markel is moving to compel Wendy Adelson. So he's asking the court to basically force or order Wendy Adelson to respond to that motion, to his second request to produce. That motion that was filed on April 24th.
Correct.
Okay. Also on May 2nd, 2014, does it appear that Wendy Adelson was informed that a hearing was set on Dan Markel's motion to compel?
Yes.
Okay, and the hearing was set on the 2nd, and the hearing was supposed to be, though, on, it appears to be May 6th?
Correct.
Okay, on May 5th, Dan Markel files a memorandum of authorities to enforce the marital settlement agreement and motions for sanctions. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I'm just gonna try to get through this. Looks like a pretty lengthy motion. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right, so on May 7th, after that motion is filed by Dan Markel, May 7th, 2014, does Wendy Adelson's attorney then motion the court to be able to withdraw as her counsel?
Yes.
Okay, so on May 7th, that was the second day of communication that the defense showed today.
Correct.
Her attorney is trying to now withdraw from her case.
Correct.
So on both May 2nd and May 7th, there were, even though there wasn't a trip to Tallahassee at that time by the shooters, there were significant events going on in the divorce in this case. Doesn't it seem so?
It does, yes.
All right, and those days, May 2nd and May 7th, they were days before these June and July trips to Tallahassee where the shooters drove up to kill Dan Markel.
Correct.
So, I mean, could these have been days where there was some discussion about the plan to kill Dan Markel?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
And speculation.
Sustained as a speculation and their foundation of me.
Okay, I'll move on. I'm going to show you what I'm going to mark as states 129, A and B.
You have to take the content of Texas. Here's maybe go sidewalk.
Briefly.
Everyone can be seated. Sergeant, if you need to take a break, you can step down.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Rashbaum, does your client need to use the restroom?
No.
No way. We'll be in recess until 11:30.
Okay, good.
We still have a dispute as to the exhibit.
Judge, we have no objection as to the exhibit.
Very well, please bring in the jurors. Ms. Kappelman, once we finish with the sergeant, are you going to be able to complete Jimenez and Bronstein this morning?
Yes, Your Honor. Oh, Judge, before you bring the jury in on Jimenez and Bronstein, I would request Your Honor to ask the media not to show their faces. They are still engaged in undercover operations.
Very well. For both Court TV and anyone else who's reporting on this matter, if you please could not take any images of the law enforcement officers. As cavalrymen, I assume they are law enforcement of some sort.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
They're law enforcement officers.
Yes, sir, they're FBI.
Please do not broadcast or disseminate any images or identifiers as to the undercover officers.
And Judge, that includes Jimenez, Bronstein, and also Special Agent Kendall, who will be there's a witness in between, but those three witnesses we'd ask.
All right, we're entering the courtroom.
Be seated. Ms. Dugan, you may continue with the examination of Sergeant Corbett.
Thank you, Judge. No further questions.
You have something to say, Mr. Rauschbaugh.
Just a brief recross, Your Honor.
I usually do not permit recross, as it's literally going to be one question.
I was hoping for 3 questions.
Let's get it on down to one.
All right.
You may recross as to your one most important question that you need to.
May I have one moment with Ms. Myers to figure out which one I want to use?
Go ahead.
Yeah, Your Honor. Big debate.
One equals one. Keep that in mind, please. Go ahead.
12:31. Ms. Adelson's phone hits this cell tower, right?
That's correct.
We can agree that that's pretty far from Truscott, right?
It is, yes.
No further questions.
On the mark. Sergeant, you may step down.
Thanks, sir.
Please call your next witness.
State House Oscar Jimenez. How were you employed back in 2016?
Special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Were you employed in any undercover operations during your time with the FBI?
Man, numerous.
And were you involved in an undercover operation related to this case that occurred on April 19th of 2016?
Yes.
Can you explain what that operation was?
My role in that operation, I was portraying a Latin King gang member, and I was instructed to conduct a bump.
All right, and what's a bump?
Well, a bump is an investigative tool used by law enforcement where you would have either an agent or an officer working in an undercover capacity to have a face-to-face contact with either a person of interest or a subject in an investigation. And what you would look to do in a bump is either to extract information from that individual or give them information or possibly set up future meetings with that individual, or in some cases tickle or stimulate a wire or a phone tap.
And was that the case here, that the bump was designed to generate chatter or conversation on a wiretap?
It was, yes.
All right, and when you say you were posing as a Latin King gang member, did you announce yourself as a Latin King gang member to the person you approached?
I did not.
Okay, so you're just, that's the role.
That was my
You're
role.
in character.
That is correct.
Okay, and who did you approach and where was this done? Tell us what happened.
So I was instructed to do the bump or do the contact with Mrs. Donald Adelson, and this was in the Miami area.
All right, and was it right out in front of her residence there, the Icon, like in South Beach?
I believe it was outside her residence in that
Okay.
general area.
And what did you do when you approached Ms. Adelson?
Well, my instructions were to approach her and engage her in some type of conversation and to hand a flyer or a piece of paper to her.
Okay, I'm going to show you what I've marked as State 78 and ask if you recognize 78.
Yes, I do.
Is State 78 consistent or a fair and accurate copy of the flyer that you handed Donna Adelson?
It is.
Move into evidence, State 78.
Any objection?
No objection.
State 78 is admitted.
May I publish?
You may.
Do we have 78? Let me just do this. Alright, so we've got, this is just a news article related to the murder of Dan Markel. And what's the purpose of this written over here, cell text?
So the cell number right there is my undercover covert phone number, and the $5,000 was what was expected to be received from Mrs. Donna Adelson.
Okay, so you hand her this piece of paper, and her instructions are to call this number, you want $5,000.
That is
the
correct.
gist of it?
Pretty much, yes.
Was the interaction that you had with Donna Adelson recorded?
It was.
How was it recorded?
It was recorded both audio and video.
All right, and is that something you're wearing or something that's done by a remote team of officers or both?
Both. I had a body recorder, audio and video, and it was also conducted by surveillance and security teams.
All right, I'm going to show you what I've marked as 105. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 105, which is the side-by-side of the image of what the camera captured that you were wearing, as well as the one from across the street?
I have.
All right, and that's got video and audio on it?
That is correct.
Does it fairly and accurately capture the interaction between yourself and Donna Adelson during the bump?
It does.
All right, move into evidence, State's Exhibit 105.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 105 is admitted.
And once this was concluded, did you maintain the cell phone that had that number ending in 6570 on your person and continue to be available to answer it if somebody called?
To the best, the phone I maintained the phone, and because I was doing other casework, I would, be available the best I could be.
Okay, so you have the phone with you, but you're not going to answer it if you're at your kid's school or on another operation. I mean, there's situations which might require you not to answer it.
That is correct.
Okay. As part of this operation, did you at some point make a phone call to the Adelson Institute?
I did.
All right, and was that in the same undercover capacity as this gang member?
Yes.
Okay, same character.
Yes.
All right, and was that call made on April 28th of 2016?
I believe it was.
And what was the purpose of this, what I'm calling a follow-up bump?
Yes, it's like a follow-up bump. It was basically to try and get Donna Adelson on the phone and also to additionally stimulate the wire.
All right, and that call, is that this? That call was recorded as well, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then is there an additional call bearing your voice in this case from Charlie Adelson to the undercover.
That is correct.
Have you had a chance to review that call, which is contained on State's Exhibit 107, call FF?
I have.
And were you able to authenticate your voice in that call?
Yes, I did.
All right, and did you complete a call authentication log, which I've marked as State's Exhibit 128, initialing by the calls that bear your name?
I have.
All right. Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State's 128.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 128 is admitted.
And Judge, I also failed to introduce the call authentication log pertaining to Ms. Magbanua, which I've marked as 127. I would move that one into evidence by stipulation at this time as well.
127 is admitted.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
So 107, I referenced that previously. That contains a call from two calls. One call from you to the Adelson Institute, which I previously asked about, and then a call that I did not ask about, which was Donna Adelson to the undercover line. Have you had a chance to review those two calls on this exhibit?
Not completely the one from Donna Adelson to me.
Okay. Do we have a stipulation in reference to that call, or do we need a recess for him to authenticate
No.
Donna Adelson to the undercover?
We'll stipulate.
Judge, I move into evidence States 107,
107 is admitted at this time.
and I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examine.
Good morning. Good morning, Special Agent. How are you?
Retired.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Your role was to pretend to be a member of the Latin Kings, right?
Latin King gang, yes.
And you handed Donna Adelson a flyer,
I did.
and you and your team accidentally didn't make a copy of that flyer, right?
Well, my role in the investigation was to be the undercover. That was handled by the investigative team.
But the flyer wasn't made. No one kept the original, right?
I later found out that it wasn't, but yeah.
We provided the original to you because the Adelsons kept the original, right? They didn't destroy it.
I don't know what they did with it.
Now, when you saw Donna Adelson, she told you that you scared her, right?
She was startled.
And you told her that you knew that Katie and Tuto were being taken care of, and by being taken care of, you meant paid, right?
That is correct.
So law enforcement understood that as of April 2016, when the bump occurred, Katie was continuing to get money, right?
I don't have all the details from the case, but that's what I assume it was happening.
So if Katherine Magbanua came in here yesterday and said that she wasn't getting money in the months following, that would be inconsistent with what the bump was set up to be, right?
Objection, confusing, mischaracterization of the evidence.
Sustained as to mischaracterization. You may re-ask the question if you can clean it up, Mr. Rushbaum.
The whole point of the bump was you knew that Katherine Magbanua was getting paid, right, over time.
That's what I was told to say to Mrs. Adelson.
Now, during the bump, you told Miss Adelson, Donna Adelson, that you were the brother of someone who was incarcerated, right?
That is correct.
And that person needed to be paid as well, right?
Taken care of, yes.
And at the time that you did the bump, you knew that Luis Rivera was incarcerated, right?
Correct.
And the idea was to pretend to extort Donna Adelson by posing as a violent gang member, right?
That is correct.
Now, on April 28th, the bump was April 21, correct?
I don't believe so.
What day was it? I always get it confused. April
I
19th.
believe it's the 19th.
You hope to spur some activity, right? After April 19th. That was the plan of the bump, right?
Disperse, you mean disperse in what way?
You hope that phone calls would happen and that someone would pay the money, right?
That was the intention, to stimulate or tickle the wire.
And no one paid the money, right?
No, they didn't.
So then 9 days later, you called the Adelson Institute, right?
I don't remember the exact date that I called.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Whenever you called, you identified yourself as Sammy.
I believe so.
And you spoke to someone. It was not Charlie Adelson, right?
That is correct.
Now, until this call that you made to the Adelson Institute, no one had called the undercover number, right?
I don't believe so.
Katherine Magbanua had not called the undercover number, right?
No.
Sigfredo Garcia had not called the undercover number, right?
I don't recall if he did or not.
Okay. Do you think that you ever spoke to Sigfredo Garcia?
Oh, I know I didn't.
Okay. Did Sigfredo Garcia ever leave you a voicemail?
I understood that, well, I did miss a call from him. I was working my other cases, but I don't have access to the voicemail. So I don't know if he left a call.
Have you ever heard a voicemail from Sigfredo Garcia?
I have not.
Okay. Now, on the 28th, Charlie Adelson called the number, right?
I know he did call me. I don't recall the date.
Okay. And he called from his own phone, right?
I don't remember what number was on the caller ID.
Okay. So you don't know that he used his cell phone?
I don't know. I don't know his number.
Now, he didn't say much on the call, right?
Well, not initially, and I did most of the talking.
And you used words on the call like in reference to. Do you remember using those words?
I did.
And you used the words on the call like do the right thing, right?
That is correct.
Charlie told you at the end of the call that he would call you back. Do you remember that?
He said he would.
But he never called you back.
Not that I know of, no.
Now, still no one paid any money, right?
Not to my knowledge, no.
And so, and on the calls you were hearing that, well, strike that, Your Honor. Let me turn your attention to May 4th, 2016. Okay?
Okay.
At around 2 or 3 in the morning on May 4th, 2016, you sent Donna Adelson a text message to her cell phone, right?
I know I sent her a text message, but I don't know about 2 or 3 in the morning. I don't know the time or date.
Do you remember that it was very early in the morning?
I don't. That was
Okay.
7.5 years ago.
Fair enough. The text message was pretty threatening, right?
I don't remember the content of the message, but I don't remember the content.
Well, let me ask you, over time, did the threats get worse?
Well, no, because, I mean, I know that I did the bump. I remember talking to Charlie, and I remember calling the Adelson Institute and sending the text message. But I didn't add any additional threats.
You don't think
you say threats? I didn't.
You don't think that the text message was stronger than the original meeting or the letter that came in between?
Again, if you can show me the text message, but I haven't seen. I don't think it was that bad.
Did you say in the text message who was the puta who had called me?
I think it's puto, but
Okay.
they said puta.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
My Spanish is not great.
No, that's fine.
I think I'm going to defer to the witnesses.
This finish on this, Mr. Rauschbaum.
I
Go
will as
ahead.
well. I will as well. Nonetheless, you were trying to act like Aladdin King, right?
I was, and quite frankly, I was instructed to be not so gang-like with Donna Adelson.
Okay.
Actually, to be polite.
Okay. On May 6, 2016, you received a voicemail from Donna Adelson at 11:30 in the morning, right?
I don't recall.
Do you remember getting a voicemail from her?
Well, again, if I receive a call and I don't answer the phone, these voicemails are remote. They're not on my phone. I don't have access to it. The investigative team has access.
Fair
to
enough.
it.
So you wouldn't remember trying to call her back a couple times after she... Fair enough. Just asking what you remember.
Yeah,
You don't recall calling her back a couple times, right?
I don't, sir.
And at some point, you spoke with her on that day, right?
I believe I spoke with her.
And
I don't know about that day.
you're aware now that she recorded the call, right?
I have no idea.
Okay. During that call, do you recall she told you that she didn't have anything, that she doesn't know what this has to do with her? Do you remember her saying that?
I don't recall that
Okay.
that conversation at all.
She tells you that she didn't do anything and doesn't know anything?
I don't recall that conversation.
She tells you that there is a reward being offered, and that if you need money, you should go to the police. Do you recall her telling you that?
Like I said, I don't recall any of that conversation.
Now, on these wires that were spurred by your undercover activity, are you aware that Katherine Magbanua told Charlie that she and Sigfredo had called the undercover number many times?
No, sir.
Are you aware that Katherine Magbanua told Charlie that they tried the number and it was a non-working number?
No, sir.
It was a working number, right?
Oh, it is, yes. Absolutely.
Are you aware that Katherine Magbanua told Charlie that Sigfredo left a nasty voicemail message on the undercover number?
No, sir.
Now, you're aware that Sigfredo Garcia called that number one time and it wasn't from his cell phone?
I was told that he called, but I don't know what number he called from.
You don't know that he called from a burner phone?
No, sir.
Whereas Charlie Adelson called from his own phone?
Again, I don't remember the numbers, and I don't remember, who's calling from what phone.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Redirect examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Yes, sir.
Will Mr. Jimenez be recalled?
No, sir.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you.
Please call your next witness.
They call Special Agent.
Testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
You may take your seat.
Sir, please tell your name.
The FBI.
How long have you been with the FBI?
Since 2014.
Did you participate in an operation back on April 20th, 2016?
Yes.
And was that a surveillance involving the defendant in this case, Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
What was your involvement related to that operation?
I was conducting physical surveillance in the area of Miami Beach and its surroundings, and then also maintained availability to move northward if the surveillance venue changed, and deploy surveillance hardware if needed.
Okay, so originally there was an attempt to surveil a meeting between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, and you were involved in that?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your role in that particular effort?
At the beginning of that day, I was involved in surveilling the bump, as it's been called.
Okay, yep.
And following that, I maintained availability in that area, and then I received word that there would be a meeting taking place north of Miami Beach, so I made my way north.
Okay, I think I'm with you. So you were present at the bump doing some recording from a remote location?
I was not recording at that time.
Okay, what was your role there?
I was, we call it QRF, Quick Reaction Force, just for the security of the undercover,
Okay,
or
so
whoever
just
is involved.
part of the team for security purposes. And then from there you moved to, is it a restaurant known as Dolce Vita?
Yes, at the time that's what
All
the
right,
restaurant
and what was your role at the efforts to record a conversation at the Dolce Vita restaurant that day?
I was instructed to make my way towards the Dolce Vita restaurant. At that time that I arrived, I was handed some recording equipment in a bag, and I went inside and positioned myself as close as possible to Mr. Adelson.
All right, so you knew who you were trying to record when you
Yes.
went into the restaurant. And was Mr. Adelson already inside the restaurant when you entered?
I would have to think yes, but I don't recall exactly.
All right,
I
was
think
the-
I'm almost certain yes.
Okay, and was there another person present as well that you were attempting to record?
Yes,
Who was that?
Katherine Magbanua, Katie Magbanua.
Okay. And was the objective just to get as close as possible without being made and
Yes.
try to record their conversation?
Yes.
Okay, tell us about the equipment. You said it was inside of a bag. What does
So-
that look like?
It was a messenger bag, computer bag size type thing you would carry books or a laptop computer in, and kind of had like perforations, like a bunch of holes in it.
All right, like a mesh?
Not quite
Fabric?
like a mesh, but like if you think of, it was made out of like leather or fake leather, and maybe the whole front-facing area of it just had a lot of holes spaced about a ½ inch to an inch apart all over.
All right, and was the bag outfitted with audio and video recording equipment?
Yes.
And are you familiar with that equipment?
I'm familiar with its appearance, and it had a sort of an on-off button. Beyond that, I have no real technical expertise for it.
Okay, was it in proper working order that day?
That was my understanding.
All right, and you were able to review the recording, correct?
Yes.
So it did record audio and video that day.
Yes.
Where were you positioned in relation to Mr. Adelson and Ms. Magbanua?
So they were seated toward about as far back in the restaurant as you can go, and I positioned myself with my back against the wall, so seated, maybe 10, 12 feet away, and there was, I think, one table between us and them.
All right, and what were they doing when you observed them at the restaurant?
They were having a conversation.
Was there background noise going on in the restaurant? What type of environment was it?
So yes, there was background noise. It's my best guess that the air handler for the restaurant was sitting in the ceiling, probably directly above either my table or theirs, but there was a sufficient amount of background noise.
Was there another agent inside the restaurant also attempting to record the meeting?
Yes, another FBI employee did enter the restaurant.
All right, and did he have similar equipment as to what you had?
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay, and if you know, was the recording that you made more successful or the one that he made?
I believe my recording was more successful.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to review State's Exhibit 109, which is the Dolce Vita recording from the equipment that you had that day?
Yes.
All right, and is it fair and accurate as far as what was captured that day?
Yes.
All right, Judge, I'd move into evidence 109.
Any objection from the defense?
None other than our previous motion.
States 109 is admitted at this time over defense objection.
And we talked about the date, but I'm not sure the time. On April 20th of 2016, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the time that this meeting occurred?
I would have to reference notes or reports from that day. It would have been in the afternoon.
Okay, 3:45, sound about right?
Yes.
And about an hour in length, sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. No further questions.
Examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, by the time you got to the restaurant and started the recording device, Katherine Magbanua and Charlie were already there and talking, right?
That's what I recall. Yes.
Okay. And you have no idea what they said before you got there, obviously, right?
No.
Okay. Did you see them speaking in the car for 15 minutes or so before entering the restaurant?
I don't recall that. Several years ago, obviously, at this point.
Fair enough. But you have no idea what, if anything, they spoke to each other about in a car before they got to the restaurant?
Their conversation in a car, no, I would have no direct knowledge of that.
The restaurant was pretty loud with a lot of background noise, right?
I wouldn't say egregiously loud, but it had enough background noise that from the distance of me to you, you would not be fully capable of recognizing the content of a conversation.
Fair to say you couldn't really hear much in terms of what they were saying to each other.
Correct.
And that was with you being just 8 to 10 feet away from them, right?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
What I'm supposed to be doing right now.
I believe this morning Ms. Myers indicated the portions that did not actually match the transcript, that I had the parentheticals or the ellipses, were still at issue. Are you still raising that at this point now?
I'm sure they corrected it, but it's the entire transcript has ellipses, and now it's going to say unintelligible. I'm just telling you we haven't seen it. I mean, you understand?
I understand what you're telling me. I didn't want to take away your break, but this would have been a good time to watch the video if you had concerns about the video.
It wasn't concluded until towards the end of the break, Your Honor, so that wouldn't have been doable.
All right. Do you wish to watch this further now?
I think maybe give us 10, 15 minutes to scroll through it.
Granted. Make sure you make good use of this time.
Yeah, Judge, would Your Honor be willing to do the next witness? I'm not publishing this item through that witness, but he does have a plane to catch, so if we could take our break after him, that'd be great.
That's fine. This is Mr. Kent. Please call your next witness.
The state calls Keith McElveen.
Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat.
Sir, please introduce yourself and spell your name.
James Keith McElveen, JAMESKEITHMCELVEEN.
How are you employed, sir?
I work as a forensics engineer, a media forensics engineer.
And what is a forensic engineer?
We specialize in taking audio, video, or computer data and extracting intelligence out of it.
How long have you been doing this type of work?
A bit over 35 years.
Can you go through your training and experience that qualifies you to do this type of forensic engineering?
I began doing this type of forensic engineering back post 35 years ago, working for the government, working on war crimes investigations, unmixing voices. Since then, I've had 20 plus, either given or taken 20 plus courses in this discipline.
All right. And have you had an opportunity to testify as an expert in your field previously?
Yes, I have.
Judge, I would tender the witness at this time as an expert in the area of forensic engineering.
Does the defense wish to
Engage in any further voir dire of the witness?
No, Your Honor.
Is there any challenge to his ability to provide an opinion in the stated field?
No.
Members of the jury, the witness will be permitted to provide you with an opinion today in the field of forensic engineering. You may continue.
Sir, were you asked to clarify recordings in reference to the case State of Florida versus Charles Adelson?
Yes, I was.
All right, I want to start with the Dolce Vita restaurant recording. What items were provided to you in reference to that exhibit?
I received 2 recordings, one from each device that was deployed in that restaurant.
All right, and was one better audio and one better video?
Yes.
All right, and what's the part that's of interest to you?
The audio.
Okay, and so you don't do anything with the video?
Only used it for observational timing reasons.
Okay. And was the bag that had the mesh on it, was that the one that was the better audio? Or the
Yes.
one that had the better video?
Right. The one with the better video had very poor audio, and the one that had better audio had very poor video.
All right, I'm with you. And the one where we're looking through the little holes, is that the one with the good audio or the good video?
The good audio.
All right. Can you sort of walk through the process for the jury of how you clarify an audio that has a lot of background noise going on?
Yes, our technique is a bit different than other techniques in that we take the audio and treat it like it's an image, like a photograph that's out of focus, it's blurry. And so we read it into the computer and figure out how to unblur the sound, just like you would unblur a photograph. And this fortunately has the nice effect of focusing in on the person's voice or the people's voice if they're near each other, and blurring out the rest of the background, sort of how you would use a video lens if you're a photographer, and you can zoom in on a person's face, but everything behind the person and everything closer is blurry and kind of pushed down and not as noticeable.
Were there any particular issues or problems with this audio?
It was frankly a mess. Competing voices, loud noises, movement of both devices, not good positioning. There was a kitchen, and of course it's a busy cafe, coffee grinders, blenders, order taking, lots of different sounds going on.
All right, and can you tell the jury that most up-to-date efforts available in your field were applied to this exhibit to make it as good as possible.
They were.
All right, and what was the outcome? I think you've got some different segments. Could you tell us about that?
Yes. Fortunately, the recording device that had the better audio was also the one that had the longest audio. The recording started at different times. One device arrived into the establishment significantly prior to the other one. I believe it was like 20 minutes difference. The one that started first, its recording first, moved. The person carrying it came in from the outside, came to the counter, then went to a seat, and then moved to a different seat, getting better position. And each one of those changes of location causes the focus to change, just like you were taking a picture. All of a sudden, the person you're trying to take a picture of moves, you've lost your focus, and you have to regain your focus. Also, a limitation of our tool limited the sheer amount of audio. It's a huge amount of recording, and so we had to break it up into portions, segments, which we did the beginning, the middle, and the end. And we worked with the FBI agent to break it at about the same points that the motion happened of the recording device.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to examine State's Exhibit 110 thumb drive?
Yes, immediately before we came in here.
All right, and is this a fair and accurate work product that you did as far as the audio only on the Dolce Vita recording?
Yes.
Okay, Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence States 110.
Any objection?
Just our previous objection, Your Honor.
States 110 will be admitted over objection at this time.
Is there any part of your processing or methodology that actually changes the voices or adds words into the voices, anything like that?
No, when we begin our processing, we set up the controls, and the tool does not allow you to actually make any changes. You hit process, and it starts at the beginning and works all the way to the end, and you can't change anything as you go along and decide to leave the word no or yes out. You get the entire thing, and the same length of the recording in is the same that comes out, down to microseconds.
And did you also perform a similar analysis or work on a second restaurant recording known as the Matt Surrey restaurant recording?
I did.
And have you had an opportunity to review States 113?
Yes, immediately before.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Immediately before.
All right, before we came into the courtroom. And is this the thumb drive that you prepared with your work in reference to the Matt Surrey recording?
It is.
All right, and were the same types of processes applied to this recording as the first one we discussed?
Exactly the same.
Move into evidence, States 113.
Any objection to States 113?
No, Your Honor.
States 113 is admitted at this time.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Starting with the Dolce Vita recording. That recording was made in April of 2016, right?
I do not know.
You were asked to enhance the recording in January of 2022, right?
That sounds correct.
You'd agree with me that there's 20 plus minutes of the recording that's missing, right? The first 20 minutes or so of the recording are missing?
Please clarify what you mean by missing?
Well, fair point. You'd agree that the meeting that was recorded started before the recording, right?
If you mean how long the conversational participants had been carrying on the conversation before the person carrying the recorder entered the restaurant, I have no idea how long they had been talking.
The recording picks up in the middle of a conversation, correct?
If you mean device 2, the one with the longer recording, I believe that you might be confusing the fact that it was the middle segment of 3. If you mean the conversation, I think you mean.
The recording that you enhanced is not the beginning of the conversation, correct? Between the participants.
Again, I don't know when they began talking, but we cleaned up all the way from the beginning of the recorder entering the restaurant, by the front to a chair to another seat. And the first segment had clear conversation going on at times, voice level goes up and down. Then there's the middle segment, which is a few seconds, 30 seconds or something, maybe a minute go by, and then the video from the other device starts.
Fair enough.
If that's the one that you're talking about, then that's only the middle. There's the lead up to that portion is another 20 minutes.
But you don't know if the conversation began before the recording started, correct?
Correct. I have no way of knowing that.
Okay. Now, even on your enhanced version, virtually everything said by the female participant remains inaudible or unintelligible, right?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean by virtually, but I would say that the female participant talked very seldomly. More of her words are audible in the first segment than in the middle segment, but she also seemed to talk less. And I can say that because you can obviously tell that she does say some words, even when you can't pick them out. You can tell that something is being said, not only by the male participant, his conversational behavior, but you can actually hear some vocalizations from the female, but you can't always pick out what she's saying.
During a lot of the recording, no matter what you did to fix that lens, you still couldn't make out what she was saying, correct?
Yes. She was speaking away from the male participant, and speaking at a low enough level that at many times the male participant asked her to repeat herself.
Nonetheless, on the recording itself, no matter what you did, a lot of times you're only hearing half of a conversation, right?
One side of a conversation.
One side of a conversation.
That's correct.
Now, were you aware that the FBI did its own enhancement back in August of 2016?
I was told that.
Did you ever listen to that enhancement?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware that virtually everything you hear on your enhancement, you can hear on that enhancement?
I wouldn't agree with that statement.
Okay. You hear different words on your enhancement versus the first enhancement? Or are they just clearer?
Much clearer. My understanding the reason we were given these recordings was that originally the evidence was not suitable for playback to the jury because it required somebody to have very good listening equipment and to listen very carefully and loop it many times to be able to really pick out what the words might be. I would say, in all fairness, that after our enhancement, you didn't have to struggle that much except on those inaudible parts.
Okay, so I'm going to ask a very specific question, not about the ease of hearing it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just asking, could you hear any new words on your recording versus the original recording?
I can only speak for myself, but I would say yes, for me, for my ears.
Turning your attention to Matsuri, that recording was made in April of 2016, right?
I do not have this information.
Okay. And again, you weren't asked to perform an enhancement until early 2022, right?
That sounds right.
And for those two recordings, again, is it your testimony that you hear different words on your enhancement versus the original?
I wouldn't say, well, actually, I would agree. Different words than were originally transcribed versus what I heard. And I would say that the result of our enhancement, more words are intelligible.
Now, you also note in your report that portions where one participant whispers in the ear of the other, this is Matsuri, were not recoverable due to the soft level of the sound. Is that accurate?
Yes, I would also say, and due to the obscuration of the head, one participant leans over and whispers very close to the other person's ear. So all of a sudden the head's in the way of the focusing effort we made.
So in those instances where those whispers occur at Matsuri, you have no idea what was said?
Correct.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time. Redirect examination.
No, Your Honor, no further questions.
You may step down, sir. Members of the jury, before we continue with the next witness, we will take a brief break. The bailiff will escort you back to the jury room. You need to review, once again, Mr. Rauschbaum, the parts of the recording that have now been modified.
Do we have it?
Go ahead.
May we be excused to do that?
That's fine.
Go on this over here.
Everyone can be seated. Rauschbaum, have you finished reviewing?
I'm sorry, Judge?
Have you finished reviewing at this
We
point?
did review it, yes.
Is there anything further that you wish to raise?
Just our previous objection, Your Honor.
Very well. As to the instruction to be given before the recording is shown, I have drafted one. Do the parties have any instructions that they wish the court to consider as well?
I have not drafted anything, Your Honor.
Kate?
You're taking a look at pattern instruction 2.6, Your Honor.
Okay. If you wish to come up here, you can read this. My intention would be to give this instruction along with 2.6 as well. The state wish to be heard concerning the instruction?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Then I will give this instruction and also 2.6 unless the parties are asking for anything else to be given as well.
Nothing from the state.
No, Your Honor.
Please bring in the jurors. Oh, one moment. I think
Getting
they're...
a little bit of IT help, if we can just take 1 second. Could we approach to discuss timing?
Sure. Everyone can be seated. State, you may call your next witness.
I'm currently employed for a private investment firm.
What about back in 2016?
I work for the City of Plantation Police Department.
As part of your duties there, were you called upon to participate in a surveillance operation involving this defendant, Charles Adelson?
Yes, as a member of the FBI Violent Crimes Task Force Miami Division, I was.
Okay. And was the surveillance that you conducted of Mr. Adelson related to a wiretap that was ongoing at that time?
Yes, there was current electronic surveillance of Mr. Adelson at the time.
All right. What were you asked to do?
Conduct physical and electronic surveillance of Charles Adelson.
All right. And did part of that involve going to the Matsuri restaurant?
Yes.
Is that a sushi restaurant in Miami?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what were you supposed to do once you got into the restaurant?
I had a covert electronic surveillance audio and video recording device and attempt to record Charles Adelson and his father, Harvey.
All right. And do you see Charles Adelson in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Could you point him out and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting at the defense table wearing a blue blazer and a blue shirt and a blue tie.
The record will reflect the witness has identified the defendant.
The record will reflect.
All right. And is this on April 21st, 2016?
Yes, it is.
Okay. What equipment were you using for this operation?
It was a recording device that recorded audio and video.
All right. Can you describe the setup at the restaurant and where you were located in relation to Mr. Adelson?
Harvey and Charles Adelson were sitting at the sushi bar. I took a position directly next to Harvey.
Were you able to hear the conversation that they were having?
No.
Was the recorder closer to them than you were?
It was right between myself and Harvey Adelson.
Have you had an opportunity to review the recording that's captured on State's Exhibit 12?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate recording of the interception you made there at the Matsuri restaurant on the date in question?
Yes, it is.
All right, and it's video and audio, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, let the record reflect the witness has initialed this exhibit, and I will at this time move it into evidence as State's Exhibit 112.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 112 is admitted.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon.
Back in 2016, you didn't really like sushi, did you?
Not that much.
You didn't see them enter the restaurant, right?
No.
And you didn't see them talk outside the restaurant before they entered the restaurant, right?
No.
There's no recording of that to your knowledge, correct?
That's correct.
Now, during the conversation, do you recall some whispering happening?
Yes.
And you couldn't hear what was whispered, right?
That's correct.
When they left the restaurant, could you see them talking in the parking lot?
Yes.
But there's no recording of what they were saying in the parking lot, right?
That's correct.
You participated in the arrest of Charlie Adelson as well, right?
That's correct.
And that occurred in April of 2022?
Yes.
And the arrest happened at around 6 a.m. in the morning?
Yes.
And during that arrest, one of the officers got caught in a barbed wire fence, right?
Yes.
That was behind Mr. Adelson's house, right?
Yes, on the side of his house, I believe.
Okay. Also, during that arrest, there were a lot of security cameras, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. When Charlie Adelson was arrested, he surrendered peacefully,
Yes.
and he consented to allow the agents to come in the house?
I wasn't aware of that.
Fair enough. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Huh?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
No questions, Judge.
You may step down. Please call your next witness.
Special Agent Pat Sanford.
Agent Sanford, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
You may take your seat.
Guess we'll have you reintroduce yourself.
Again, Special Agent Patrick Sanford with the FBI.
All right, I want to circle back to a couple questions I missed last time with you, and then we'll talk about the wiretaps in this case. In reference to Professor Markel, he was transported from the scene to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know how long he survived before he was pronounced dead?
Approximately 14 hours.
All right, and I want to ask you a few questions in reference to Wendy Adelson. Wendy Adelson advises that the Markels, meaning Dan's parents, have had unfettered access to their grandchildren. Is that true?
Not to my knowledge, no.
How many visits have they had with their grandchildren, say, between May of 16 and April of 2022?
I don't believe they've had any visits during that time period.
All right, and what about since then?
Maybe less than a handful. I can't remember exactly how many. But
Does
just a
3
few.
sound correct?
That sounds all right.
After Wendy got skewered at the first trial for not allowing any visits, she then allowed a visit, right?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading and mischaracterizing testimony.
Overruled as to those grown.
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. When was the first visit that the Markel family had after their son was murdered with their grandchildren?
It was a few weeks before the scheduled trial of Katherine Magbanua because we ended up delaying the grand jury indictment of Mr. Adelson so they could meet.
For fear that if we proceeded with the indictment as scheduled, that visit might be canceled?
That's
Objection, Your Honor. Leading. And foundation.
Sustained as to foundation.
You're probably right. All right, I want to turn your attention to Mr. Rivera. We heard from Mr. Rivera. Are you familiar with his role in this case?
Yes, I am.
And were you aware that Mr. Rivera chose to become a witness in this case?
I am.
In exchange for a plea deal?
Yes.
Were you present when he gave his proffered testimony initially?
Yes, correct.
All right, did we learn anything new in the proffer with Mr. Rivera that we had not known as part of the investigation already?
We did.
And was one of those items related to Mr. Garcia shooting a hole in the rental car?
That's correct.
Had at the time that you were interviewing Rivera or taking this proffer from Rivera, had law enforcement already tracked down that particular Prius, the suspect vehicle in this case?
We had. It had been sold previously and we had tracked it down.
And upon that initial inspection, was this bullet hole discovered?
No, we were unaware of it.
After the proffer with Mr. Rivera, did law enforcement go back to look at the Prius to see if there was any evidence to corroborate what Rivera was saying about that particular item?
Yes, we did. We went back and took possession of the vehicle and got a search warrant and searched it.
I'm showing you state's exhibits 49 through 53. Recognize these exhibits?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
These are photographs taken when they reacquired the vehicle and conducted the search warrant and found the actual bullet hole going through where it went through and severed the gas line, and it was repaired.
All right, are they fair and accurate photos of the Prius upon that second inspection that was made by law enforcement?
That's correct.
All right, moving to evidence 49 through 53.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do we have
49 through 53 are admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
All right, publishing 49. Publish 50, please. Is that just documenting the VIN number of the vehicle?
That's correct.
Publish 51. What does the rod show in the vehicle?
It shows the path of the bullet, where the hole is, and the path of which it traveled.
And is it in the passenger seat floorboard?
Correct.
All right. Publish 52, please. Publish 53. All right, what does this exhibit show?
This is the fuel line. You can see where it had been severed and had been repaired.
Mr. Rivera testified that he knew Dan Markel was leaving town the day after he was killed, and that's why the killing had to happen on the day it did. Are you familiar with that piece of his testimony?
Yes.
Okay, and have we ever found any, let me strike that. Have you had an opportunity to review Mr. Markel's Facebook?
I have.
Was there anything on his Facebook indicating that he was going out of town the day after he was killed?
No, it wasn't.
Have you had an opportunity to review the prof's blog that was provided by the defense in this case?
Some of it.
All right, and does the prof's blog provide specific information that would let these killers know that he was going to New York the next day?
There was just a reference to a conference that was being put on.
That Danny and I are going to a conference?
That's correct.
So someone else saying Danny and I are going to a conference that starts on X date?
That's correct. There was no other information detailing his travels.
And is that published in the form of like an alert, or is it just in a narrative of a lot of other stuff?
No, it was buried inside of a lot of other stuff, inside of comments.
All right. I want to move on to the wire. Whose phones were tapped in this case?
Katherine Magbanua's and Charlie Adelson's.
How many phone calls were intercepted total?
Oh, wow. Thousands.
Have you reviewed the disc of calls that were selected and prepared for the jury's consideration in this case?
Yes, I have.
Are they all fair and accurate recordings of calls intercepted pursuant to the wiretap in this case?
Yes, they are.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would move into evidence states 108. It's a thumb drive containing the wire calls.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor, other than our previous objection.
States 108 will be admitted at this time over objection. Go ahead.
May I confer with the opposing counsel for a moment?
Take your time.
sorry, we had an issue we should have handled before the jury came in. I think we're ready to proceed.
Go ahead.
All right, so in reviewing the calls that were captured on this wiretap, was there any evidence of Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson meddling in Wendy Adelson's life?
Yes, there's quite a bit.
All right, I wanted to bring your attention first to a text message that was included in Sergeant Corbett's presentation about pulling the plug on a home purchase. Are you familiar with that text message?
Yes, I am.
All right, and for the jury's reference, it's page 218 in Sergeant Corbett's presentation, but we've already seen these text messages. Can you tell me why the date of the pulling the plug on the house is of interest to your investigation?
That text message was sent on Halloween of 2013, which was the same time frame that Katherine Magbanua said that Charlie came to her.
All right, so the pulling the plug on the house, who's pulling the plug on the house?
Wendy was pulling the plug on the house. She was looking to buy a house, and Charlie was talking to her about not purchasing the house, not wanting her to purchase a house in Tallahassee.
And was that done at someone else's urging to Charlie?
Yes, it was.
Who was that?
His mother, Donna Adelson.
All right, and this date where it's revealed in the text that Wendy pulled the plug on the house is the same date that Charlie Adelson first approached Magbanua about harming Markel?
That's correct.
And that's Halloween, October 31st, 2013?
Correct.
All right, I want to move on to Dave. Do you know who Dave is as a subject that comes up quite a bit on the wire?
I do.
And who is Dave?
It's one of Wendy's ex-boyfriends named Dave Attell.
All right, and is this the person she was dating apparently at the time of the wiretap?
That's correct.
Okay, and is Dave the subject of discussion between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson?
He is.
So the two of them are talking about Wendy's love life?
Correct.
Okay. Have you reviewed the wire to find out how many times Dave comes up on the wire?
Quite a few, at least a dozen times.
That they're having conversations about the status of Wendy's relationship with Dave?
That's correct, and some of the conversations are quite lengthy.
Okay. And Judge, for this, I have just figured out what 128 was supposed to be. Okay, could we mark this? Whatever's next. Alright, so it's gonna be 129, Your Honor. I've got a couple additional calls that I'd like to publish, starting with this call, which is call 989. So I'm moving to introduce states, what's the number, Ms. Dugan? 129. I'm moving to introduce 129, which is a thumb drive containing additional wire calls, including 989, which I'd like to publish at this time.
Any objection?
Assuming it is what I've been told it is, no objection.
I didn't ask for a caveat or lawyer speak. Do you have an objection? Let's take a brief break. Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you back to the jury room. The affirmative, one way or the other. Please play the recording for the defense.
I just need a date of the recording. Date or time?
989 occurred on April 15th of 2016 at 8:21 p.m. And then I also intend to publish
I don't have such call.
2873, which occurred on May 3rd, 2016 at 7:53 p.m.
May 23rd, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
May 23rd?
Correct? I'm sorry. Did I say that?
Yeah. No, I don't know.
Okay. First one is 989, 4:15 of 16 at 8:21 p.m. Second one is 2873, May 3rd, 2016, 7:53 p.m. Mark something for identification. I didn't move it into evidence, but they think I said that on the record that I marked.
Everyone can be seated. We have an affirmative statement at this point as to any objections.
No objection.
Please bring the jurors up.
It's going to be 1:30 now, but I'll clear that up for them as well.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Keppelman, you may continue.
Thank you. Agent Sanford, I've made a mess of a couple things. So can we circle back to the Wendy giving Dan's parents visitation question?
Okay.
Are you familiar with the email that Dan's mother sent regarding the Jewish-run child services organization?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Between that time, May of 2016, and April of 2022, how many visits did the Markels have with their grandchildren?
As far as information I have is 0.
All right, so not unfettered access.
That's correct.
Okay, and since then, 3 visits, correct?
Correct, to the best of my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. All right, my next mess is this exhibit, which is now going to be 130, not 129 as I previously indicated, because we had already identified something previously as 129. So 130 is going to be the Dave call, okay?
Okay.
All right. So you're familiar with this particular call. It's call number 989 on the wire. Do you remember it?
Yes.
Okay, and this call was made on, may I have that sheet of paper, please? April 15th of 2016 at 8:21 p.m. Sound right?
That sounds right.
Okay, at this time, Judge, I'd ask to move into evidence states 130 and publish call 989.
Is there an objection as to states 130?
No, Your Honor.
It is admitted at this time.
All right, and if we could just start at 8:56, please. All right, could we pause it?
The problem is too.
Okay. All right, so Judge, this may be a good time to have the jury advise that they each have headphones and may make use of them. If they don't need them, that's okay, but if they want them, you have volume controls for everyone.
Members of the jury, please take your headphones if you wish to listen in that fashion. Where are the volume controls on the
They're
headphones?
in front, so the front row is gonna have to tinker with it. Why don't we just play a minute of this as a test, and then we can back it up once everyone gives me the thumbs up on volume?
Because I'm in that demographic of guy who wants to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, Wendy, you put some sort of super model in front of you at 37. I'm not asking for her to leave. No. Of course. I have done. And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit to, there's a point at which someone purposely would do what you're asking them. So purposely do the opposite.
I'm just going to sort of a life because there is infinity another day. There is infinity another day.
What's that?
There is not going to be.
All right, Judge, could we inquire as to if everyone is comfortable with that equipment at this time?
For everyone who is going to wear the headphones, do you have anything that you need to raise concerning them? All right, they're nodding their heads in the affirmative that the headphones are working and giving a thumbs up.
All right.
Let's go ahead.
Yeah. The reason why the guy had a problem is that if he was 24 and we trapped. Like, where do you think it's going to be when, like, I mean, I wouldn't, and the problem is too, is like, and she has to hear it from me because I'm in that demographic of guy who wants to date. And I don't have a problem telling her, Wendy, you put the Victoria's Secret model in front of you at 37. I'm not asking for her to date. No.
She needs to know, Charlie, how unusual a guy he is.
Of course.
And people choose, and especially from.
I have done.
I know.
I know. And I will continue to talk to her. But there's a limit to, there's a point at which someone purposely will do what you're asking them. They'll purposely do the opposite.
And she's going to screw her life because there is infinity another day. There is going to be another day.
What's that?
There's not going to be another day.
No. The reason why I'll never tell someone you can't win the lottery twice, but I can tell you this, the probability is not in your favor. Probability is not in your favor of winning the lottery once. Winning it twice, even more. And that's how I talk to her. Because what happens is this.
That's what she needs to hear.
She understands when I don't ever offend her because I don't talk about her. I just say, Wendy, listen, if you put a 37-year-old Victoria's Secret model in front of me, I wouldn't want to get serious with her. Why? When I can be with a 25-year-old. I said a 25-year-old is going to be 18 in 15 years. I go, you want to buy a car with high mileage or low mileage? I go, listen, Wendy, you don't want to date a guy that's 50. You know why? Because he's too old for you. And he's going to be 60 in 10 years, and 10 years from now, you don't want to see yourself as a 60-year-old. I get it. So it is what it is.
But you can definitely ask her why she's not going out with Dave, because you were there with this lady, really said it.
I know.
But it opened it for you.
Of course.
Yeah.
But just hear me out.
Yeah.
I can talk to Wendy differently than anyone can. But even when I do, I don't reference it as saying, Wendy, in a million years I wouldn't date a girl like you with 2 kids. Because it's true, in a million years I would. What I would say is, Wendy, the Victoria's Secret model, I wouldn't have you set me up with if she was 37. And that's just, it's a double standard, but that's life. And she knows about double standards in life. It is what it is. So all I can say is, like, when I talk to her and I put it in those terms, she gets it. She gets it. But, you know, obviously it doesn't help that she's got these fucking friends
I know.
tell her that you deserve the Superman with some guy who's a doctor who's single, who's just dying to take over the responsibility of 2 kids who aren't his.
Right.
Like, and there's tons of very wealthy, successful, young, good-looking guys want to date her, because nothing's more fun than having a 6-year-old fart in your face while you're trying to talk to your girlfriend when you get home from work. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Only someone like him, who's got 3 boys, who knows what it's like, could understand it, and it doesn't bother them.
Yeah, and it's not only that. Let me give you an example. Ted Berman. You remember that crazy mom lived on the other street? The lawyer.
No, of course.
Okay. Ted Berman got divorced from his wife. He's engaged now. I told you about that, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, he took a whole bunch of people. He took, Warren Sapp, the football player. Yeah, he took Warren Sapp, Javon First, a whole bunch of his friends, like, paid for everybody for like 20 people to go for the weekend to Atlanta. So we'll go there and spend like $50,000. So his wife ended up sleeping with Javon First.
Nice.
So anyway, so he's engaged now to a new girlfriend he's known forever. Okay. He has 3 kids. I'm in that age group. I don't know what. And I'm wondering if Sue that one. It's not, I mean, yes, your kids are a blessing to you, they're worse than somebody else.
Yeah, that's right.
But, I mean, listen, do I look like the kind of guy that wants to go home from work and talk to my 37-year-old girlfriend while her kid farts in my face? No, they're my nephews, I love them. But as far as dating someone, hell no. I want to go ahead and tell my girlfriend, listen, let's go away for the weekend. What time can you get off next Friday? Okay, I don't want to go like, oh, we got to deal with, can we get the in-laws to watch them? What's their schedule look like? It's not just Wendy. It's Wendy and the 3 boys. It's 3 people you're dealing with.
Mm-hmm.
So you can't, and you can. Trust me, I know what to say.
I know you do.
I mean, and I listen, and a part of me is because, you know what? Someone gets handed a golden opportunity.
And that, you know what? That's what she has to hear. Sometimes you get the gold ring, and you two, I don't know if she's got her head stuck up in her ass.
Because she has everyone telling her that she's such a great catch, and she is. But they're not. But guess what?
They're not living her life.
They're not living her life, and they're not breaking it down and saying who's, and listen, the guy who may treat her really well just may never really bother the kid. Like, there's so many aspects to it. So you can be a great guy, just doesn't really want to do anything with your kids. What are you going to do? Kick him out too?
This guy not only was crazy about her, but he was crazy about these boys. And he treats her, and that's what.
That's why. Because the truth is, she can meet a great guy. Those aren't his boys. He just doesn't like them. What is she going to do? Get rid of him? He may treat her well, but he's like okay with the
We'll
kids.
tolerate the kids. We'll put up with them.
I put up with them, whatever. And then what if they're real nice to the boys on day one, but 3 years down the road, he's pretty much had enough of them. They're his. They're going through a tough time. I mean, I'm just saying.
Don't you know that she's been given an opportunity that she most likely will never happen again.
No,
And
look, I
she's
mean-
throwing it away. She's not only throwing it away for herself, she's throwing it away for these kids that deserve a dad.
But you don't understand, you could never say that to her. Well, you can, it would depend.
Yeah, I know.
You can say anything you want, it's America. I can tell you the end of the cover. You can tell me the beginning.
If what I could say is, if you weren't here, that's what I would do. I would try.
You fuck it up good. And you fuck it up good and go, I tried. You would get 30 seconds into your planned speech before she told you to butt out of her life. And rightfully so, it's her life. She can tell you whatever she wants. But the difference is that I can talk to her differently than you can.
I know, Charlie,
So-
believe me, and I'm grateful that you do. I really am. You know that. You know that.
Trust me, I know. I mean, listen, she's doing great with that, considering everything she's been through. I would just like
You know what?
her.
She's your sister. She loves you. She's a good sister, and you're an amazing brother. And I'm just grateful that the two of you have each other. I really am.
Well, I am too, but I can
I
tell you this.
really am. And I
No.
appreciate what you do, because
I go.
who else is going to do it? Who else is going to say, hey, wake up? You know, this is not only the perfect guy for you, but the dad for you. Oh, my God.
Listen, most people don't ever get an opportunity like this to begin with. Like
I
you've
know.
been saying, like to begin with,
I'm shocked that you don't.
because the truth, and that's what I could listen, Mom.
I feel like an acting on your head a minute and going like, wake up, wake up.
Trust me, Mom. Believe. Let me say this much to you. As much as you feel like knocking her over the head, I feel like punching her and then knocking her over the head.
Sure.
So trust me on this. So what I'm telling you is that I'll talk to her and I will do my best, my best is very good.
I know.
And you gotta understand, the way I'll tell her too is like, Wendy, she loves Jess. I think Jess is awesome. Jess will be a great friend to me. And I talk to Jess all the time. Wendy, I wouldn't meet Jess in a million years because she's 37 and she has no kids.
She's no kid, and Jess totally wants children.
Absolutely. I said, but she has no. I go, what? What's you about? So it's like you winning the lotto and saying, I'll never win the lotto again. That's not true. You still have a 1 in 14 million chance. That's like, I'm not going to take that from you. You can get out there and buy another ticket and win the lotto.
Right, so just to clarify, this call is, oh, guess I gotta wait for you to take your headphones off. This call happens 2 years after Dan Markel's death.
That's correct.
Did Wendy end up marrying Dave?
No, she didn't.
All right, what about, so we talked about the meddling in her financial decisions, her love life. What about her career? Do they talk about that as well?
They do.
And I'm referring to Donna Adelson and the defendant discussing Wendy Adelson's career decisions.
That's correct.
All right, are you familiar with call 2873, also here on Exhibit 130?
Yes.
All right, and was that call made on May 3rd, 2016 at 7:53 p.m.?
That sounds correct.
All right. Permission to publish this call, Your Honor?
You may.
7:08.
Of the stuff from this firm. And what you just shared on
So
Facebook.
I don't know if I told you this. I got Wendy to accept that job with Walt.
With who?
She told me she was going to accept, like after I got done
She
learning
did.
about Walt with her, she said she was going to accept that job.
You
She
know,
was thinking about not taking it.
I think this is not what she wants, but it's only about.
But I said, Wendy, first of all, there's no time frame on it.
Right.
And if you change your mind, so, but you'll pick up skills you don't have.
Right.
And
That's right.
basically, now's not the time to just chill and become a guidance counselor at Miami. Like, you're way
But
overqualified.
she can't get hired, anyway. There's like nothing there.
No, they offered her a job at UM. The dean called her up at UM.
Oh, she didn't tell me that.
Yeah, but it would have been basically like as a,
She's not qualified to be a guidance counselor.
not a guidance counselor, an advisor or whatever it was. Like, she's like, no, it's basically, it would have been brainless work for her. She said, the way she said it, she said even the dean called her up to ask her to take the job. But the thing is, I'm like, Wendy, you have to get as much skill as you can now. If this is a skill you just got done telling me you don't really know how to do, now's the time to go learn that skill, not later.
Right.
Like, you need to learn it. So at least you can learn it until you don't like it. You can learn it. You can make a bunch of money. That's the whole thing, is that she can, I'm like, Wendy, then you might as well do it to see if you even like it. She's like, well, it's not really what I like. But
she's never done it.
Right, but you've never done it. So you really don't know it's like dentistry. Until you practice dentistry, you don't really know what it's like.
Exactly.
So I got her to do that, and then the other thing I was going to tell you is she asked me if Dave could come to the house for Mother's Day.
Oh, she asked you.
Yeah, if I would mind, and I said, of course I mind, don't bring him. I told her, I said, yeah, bring him. She texted me the other day, and I said, yeah, bring him, the more the merrier.
Why not? It's fun.
Yeah, I don't care.
Listen, I wouldn't care if you take the kids and her and Dave on the boat for an hour. And like a pool, just to have, a nice
we do. But I told her, of course, bring him. I mean, I'm sure you'd rather her go spend the day with him than you anyway. It's the best Mother's Day present you could have given me. Could have spent the day with him.
You know what? I'm happy. As you know, I'm super happy.
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Oh yeah, no, I thought that would be your best Mother's Day present this year. Wendy wants to bring Dave.
Yeah.
She's developing a brain.
She's developing a brain. That's right. And you know what? I have to walk away so that again. And good friends with Ben. But he's not. And both boys are not very good at hugging and kissing, and it always makes Wendy feel bad. That's kind of their boys. They're just not. The way girls are more kissy. So I said to her, Ben, I said, people who love you hug and kiss. I said, that's what Grandma and Grandpa always wanted to hug and kiss. And I said, I always did that with my mommy and daddy, and I did that with my children, and I do that with my grandchildren. So he said, yeah, it's like baby and mommy. They're hugging and kissing all the time because they love each other. I said, yeah, I guess so. So, you can never hide anything in front of you.
No.
Once they have a mouth, they open it up and they tell you everything.
Yeah. No, that's great. I mean, listen, Wendy just doesn't comprehend at all how lucky she is.
So she doesn't.
It doesn't register in her head how lucky she is at all. No, but not even nothing. It's just, which is great. But at least she doesn't see herself as a victim anymore, which is great too.
I'm just happy to hear that she's spending more and more time with him. That's great.
Yeah, no, so she's
and the funny thing was,
All right, let's move on to the bump. Was the bump on April 19th, 2016?
Correct.
What time of day was the bump?
I believe it was around 1:45, 1:50, somewhere around there.
Okay, in the afternoon?
In the afternoon, yes.
Were you involved in that operation?
Yes, I was.
What was your role?
I was the lead agent, came up with brought the undercover down there, and I coordinated everything.
Okay. What was the purpose of the bump?
The purpose was we had just began the Title III on the individuals, and we knew it had been 2 years after the homicide, and we wanted to purport the undercover agent to pretend to be somebody that Luis Rivera knew. Luis Rivera was currently in prison at the time, had been in jail, was in prison, and we wanted to make it seem that Luis Rivera was talking to people and telling people what he had done, and possibly even want more money out of it because his family was struggling because he was in prison.
Why did you select Donna Adelson to be the recipient of this bump?
Because we noticed the pattern of calls leading up to the murder and around the time of the murder. The calls were always Donna Adelson to Charlie Adelson to Katherine Magbanua to Sigfredo Garcia and then back. It was always going back and forth pretty much in that order. So we wanted to start it on one end and see what would happen, see if it would travel that same line of people.
All right, Judge, at this time I'd like to publish States 105, the bump video.
You may proceed.
Yes, please.
Black shorts. What is it?
Pause it for just a moment. All right, so on the left side of the screen, we've got two different things going on here. Can you explain what we're looking at?
Yes, on the left side is a body recorder that the undercover agent was wearing, and it has video and audio on it. So what you're hearing is audio coming from the undercover agent and his video. On the right side is a separate video taken from surveillance agents that were in the area watching.
All right, so the woman we're seeing on the stairs here, is that Donna Adelson?
It is, and she's exiting the Icon, which is on South Beach, her condominium. That's the stairs coming from her condominium toward the street.
All right, please proceed.
Okay, bye. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. You're scared. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Pluto for quite some time after your problem up north has been resolved. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated. He helped your family with this problem you guys had up north. And we want to make sure that he's going through some rough times. We want to make sure that you take care of what he's going through the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuzo. Well, this will explain it. Thank you.
Where does Mrs. Adelson go after the conclusion of the bump?
She goes into the elementary school there, to the door to the right, goes inside and retrieves the children, and then goes back to the icon back across the street.
And are those Wendy and Dan Markel's children?
Yes, they are.
So they're in school just literally less than a block over?
Right across the street from where she lives.
Okay. And when the undercover bumps Mrs. Adelson, do we know if she had a cell phone on her person?
We don't know that.
Okay, but you didn't take one out and make a phone call.
She did not.
All right. When is her first phone call after the bump?
After she goes back into the icon.
Okay. And the undercover references a name, Katie, actually two names, Katie and Tuto. Was there a strategic reason why the name Katie was used?
Yes, there was.
Could you tell us what that was?
Yeah, basically, we believe that the Adelson family had been already in the public limelight because of the bad divorce. We believe they possibly could be.
Let me back you up. Because of a bad divorce, they were in the limelight, or under suspicion for this murder?
Under suspicion for the murder because of the bad divorce.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay, and then so we felt like Katie couldn't. We felt like Katie's name had to be put in there to let them know that it wasn't a random person just trying to come and extort them. That it had some legitimacy to it because the person actually was in prison. He's the one who did commit the murder, and he was the one that we wanted to portray that he was providing information to other people about the homicide.
And who is the first person that Donna Adelson calls after this bump?
Charlie Adelson.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce 124. This is a wire call summary that I've created to assist the jurors in following along with these wire calls.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
124 is admitted at this time.
And Judge, I've marked one copy for evidence. Would it be permissible to pass out copies so everyone can follow along?
Please show them to the defense, but yes.
Yes, sir. Judge, for the jury's purposes, will they be able to make notes on this and take it with them, or do they need to make their notes separately?
Does the defense have any objection to the jurors writing on the summary and taking it with them?
None at all. I think it's a great idea.
Well, that settles the matter.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I will ask to publish what's marked as Call A on the... Have I introduced this? Let's introduce the wire calls themselves. And those are 108, Your Honor.
108, I believe, has already been admitted over objection.
Okay. And they're already in. So this will be Call A from 108 that we'd like to publish at this time.
So, you know, if you had time tonight after work or some other time in the very near future, I'm going to need to speak with you.
Okay.
Okay?
Did someone write a letter to you or something?
I've got some paperwork hand delivered to me.
You're being sued?
No, that's what I thought it was, but I'm going to need to talk to you.
Okay.
Okay? So, I can I'll have to figure out something. You can tell it will be wherever you are.
Well, I'm in Mitch Klein's office on Oval Park Boulevard.
Okay.
So I'm right now in the Skyline Chili, and I'll be at his office in the afternoon.
Okay. So the boys have finished their piano lesson. We're on Forge, and I've got the track of it, and they take a ride with them up there.
Does Dad know about this?
The dad's at work today, fortunately.
What's, is it IRS or?
You know, those IRS people, they're kind of bother you sometimes, but, fortunately not now.
Okay.
So I will talk to you. I'll give you a heads up if I'm going to drive up that way.
All right.
Okay? And
Does Wendy know that? Is it involved Wendy?
No. So let me just talk to you later, and if
What is it? Is there this health okay?
Yeah.
All right. Does it involve me or other people?
Well, probably both of us.
What's that?
Probably the two of us. So you probably have a general idea what I'm talking about.
All right.
So let's just find some time to talk to each other and take the boys for a ride, okay?
You're going to take the boys up there?
Well, when he doesn't come home, he doesn't get here till about 7 when Dad gets here.
So it's order to talk to me today.
Today or tomorrow, and it's important.
All right.
What to do.
Well, I'll be up at Mitch Klein's office. You want to come up? Oh yeah, so really late.
I'm just concerned that I would have to get up there and get back in time for Wendy to get them. Sometimes she gets out a little earlier with Markel coming out here.
Can I ask you a question? Who is the paperwork sent from?
I see them. That's great. It was something that came hand to me as I exited the building today.
And was it anonymous or?
Oh no, it's not anonymous. It's not anonymous. I just don't want to discuss it over the phone.
Right, whatever it is. It's silly, but if you want,
I wouldn't bother you. Trust me.
Yeah, no. Do you want me to come down to see you tomorrow? I have to get the day off.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Dad actually works later tomorrow. He goes in at 1 o'clock. We both work out at the gym from 9:30 to 10:30. So
whatever it is, I'll take a look at the paperwork.
Yeah.
I hope it's not the IRS, but
I just would like you to review it and give me some input as to what your thoughts are.
All right.
Okay. So come down tomorrow. Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 would be good.
12 tomorrow.
Yeah, he leaves at 12. He starts at 1 there, so 12, 12:15.
All right, I'll come down in the afternoon. That way I can hang out with you and see you at 6.
That would be great.
Perfect. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Love you, honey. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Okay.
All right, so we've got, seems like we're picking up mid-stride there a little bit, like we might have missed the first couple words. Can you explain if that's true and why that is?
Yeah, it could have been a couple reasons. Technology missed it, or it could have been that the officer picked it up and hit the record button a little bit late, just after the few seconds.
All right, and in this call, Does Donna Adelson, I mean, the thing she was handed is State's Exhibit 78, right?
That's correct.
Does she ever mention to the defendant even the name Dan Markel?
No, she does not.
Or Danny?
No,
Jibbers?
no.
All right, we've established that the undercover did say the name Katie to Donna Adelson.
Correct.
Does Donna Adelson say the name Katie to the defendant?
No, she doesn't.
What does she say?
She says a girlfriend.
Who does she say this matter involves? Not Wendy, right?
Right, not Wendy. The
Who
two
does
of them.
she say?
The two of them.
The two of us?
Two of us.
Meaning herself and Charlie Adelson?
That's correct.
Is there another call where the defendant calls Mrs. Adelson back shortly after this?
Yes,
And is that the next call on the wire?
it is.
How long after the first call is this call that we're about to hear, call B?
From my memory, a few minutes. I mean, I could look.
You
refer to the
can
notes.
look on the
Okay.
wire call summary in front of you.
2:09. It was 5 minutes. The call we just listened to was 5 minutes long, a little over 5 minutes. This call's at 2:35.
Okay, so less than half an hour.
Correct.
All right, publish B, please.
You may.
Hey, how are you?
Okay.
Good. Is it me not paying the Sun Pass? I'm just kidding. No, listen, what was I going to say? Do you mind paying my Brown & Brown insurance?
No. It's fine.
Okay. Because I'm going to just stick with the same company. Yeah, but the thing is this, if you stay with the same company for 3 years, they can then try to bump you down into a lower bracket.
Oh, okay. So it's a good idea to do that.
So I might as well stay with them and then hope that that's actually true, that they can do what they said about putting it in a lower bracket.
Okay. So you want me to call Pam Hall?
Yeah, because I told her that my mom would call her because she handles like that stuff at the office.
Okay.
And then just send them a check. Because they have to have it before, I want to say the 29th or something.
Okay.
So
I'll do that now.
and then do that. And listen, whatever it is, whatever someone sent you, I wouldn't worry too much about anything.
Okay.
I mean, so that someone can write whatever they want to write, someone can say whatever they want to say, and I'm not worried.
Okay.
Was it another bad review on Yelp?
You know, there's reviews come in, and sometimes they are bad reviews. This is a particularly bad one. So, yeah.
So I'm not being sued.
No.
Okay. All right. Honestly, it's whatever it is, and I wouldn't just judging from what you're making it sound like. I wouldn't stress about too much.
Okay. Okay. It's probably nothing.
Yeah, no, listen, people can always write, people can always say anything they want.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't, if someone says you're a bad dentist, it doesn't mean you're a bad dentist. So,
No, of course not.
but anyway, I'll definitely come down. It actually works out perfectly because I have the day off.
Okay. You know,
So-
so I'll make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you.
All right.
Okay?
Do I need to bring cash?
Yeah, if you take me out to dinner, then I have that's probably a good idea, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was this? I should bring cash. I don't have much cash to bring.
Yeah, I'll see if I have money for dinner. Let's see what I have here. Okay.
Was it? Can I ask you? Is someone blackmailing you?
Well, it's always a good possibility.
You think someone's trying to blackmail you?
Maybe. Could be.
No. That's crazy. Is there, I don't know what blackmail is for, but is there any way I could see you? You can't come up here at all?
It's going to be difficult because they don't finish the piano teacher doesn't leave till about 4:15. And even if I came up there and got there a little after, it would be 5:15, it would still be tough to, necessarily get back here in time for when you would pick them up.
Was this, can I just ask you this? Is this anything government related, or is this like whack job writing a letter to you?
Like who?
Is it like a whack job writing a letter to you, or is this government related?
No, I don't know if it's government related.
So it's not government or military or anything like that?
No.
Who was the letter addressed to?
Me.
To you? That's crazy. Did it have a? Do you know who sent it to you?
I have a pretty good idea. But let's talk later. Either I would like to. I'd like to try to get to see you today. I will definitely. I just don't know if I'm going to get back here in time for when I don't know how to run before somewhere else.
Is it so? Whoever sent you the letter sent you an anonymous letter?
No, it's not really anonymous.
Did they sign it?
It's hand-delivered thing.
So someone showed up. Was it like by a process server?
That's what I thought it was. It wasn't.
It wasn't.
No.
Where did they come to you at?
When I walked out of the building and I make a right and I go past both driveways at the icon.
Right.
And I'm on the sidewalk and I'm about 5 feet from pressing the button so that I could cross the street to pick up the boy this afternoon.
Right.
And just as I got on the sidewalk. Yeah. Okay, sweetie, so you stay right here then, okay? You stay out here. I'll look on the computer when Ben finishes, okay? So, yeah, it's amazing. Somebody knew exactly who I was. Called me by name.
And he came over and handed you. Was it a young guy, old guy?
I'd say probably mid-30s. I wouldn't forget that face.
Really?
Yeah. So, I mean, I can make the attempt to go up there. I'm just concerned about getting back here in time and when we say we're worried. And I don't think it's a good idea for the police to say you're not going to go up. You know?
All right.
Why Nick driven in the middle of the day unless I needed to go do a check or an office or something that happened.
Well, I mean, you have to get into this stuff with insurance. I mean, it's crazy that someone handed you a letter like that. I mean, I don't know.
Maybe we better just keep it tomorrow, about 12:15, 12:21.
Is the person like threatening you or anything?
You never know how to interpret these things. So let's not worry, and let's meet tomorrow. I think that's better. Let's meet tomorrow afternoon.
All right. Let me ask you this: do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me what someone sent you?
No, I really don't want to do that.
So it wasn't the government or the military or somebody. It was just some random person.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. How long was the letter?
It was just a copy of an article. It's what was written on the letter. That was written on the copy of that letter.
Is the person threatening you?
I don't think we should.
I mean, it's kind of thing. If there's a threat, you go to the police.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
But anyway, let me,
I don't think that's a good idea.
well, I don't mean it's people threaten, you gotta go to the police, but let me see what it is. Let me see what nonsense it is first.
Okay.
Well, it won't be the first time I've been threatened.
Yeah.
But,
Yeah, I'd like you to just see it, see what you think.
yeah,
I mean,
no,
Fisher, go get a Fisher, honey, right here, right up here, honey. So let's do that, let's make it, 12:20, 12:30, tomorrow, that would be ideal, okay?
okay. You got it.
Come down, you'll play with the boys a little bit, okay?
All right, yeah, no, come down, I'll see you, I'll play with the boys.
Yeah.
No worries.
Okay.
All right, if it's something serious, I'm gonna recommend going to the police, so.
Oh, no, I know, that's what I'm thinking to do.
So, all right, sounds good.
Let's talk tomorrow, okay?
All right, you got it, love you.
Love you, bye.
Does Mrs. Adelson mention Dan Markel in this call?
No, she doesn't.
There's mention of going to the police. If there was a threat, we're gonna go to the police. Did anybody go to the police?
No.
And again, does Mrs. Adelson in this call ever mention the name Katie or Katherine Magbanua?
No, she doesn't.
Who is the first person that, oh, I'm sorry, we've got one more call between, does the defendant call Donna back one more time?
He does.
All right, and is this the same date?
It is.
Okay, what time does this third call happen?
It happens about 3 o'clock, about 15 minutes after the last call.
All right, publish C, please.
You may proceed.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, sorry about that. Quick question for you. Well, one thing I was gonna tell you is obviously don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
Oh, obviously.
The other thing is, was the person black, white, Hispanic,
What?
and they just came up to you and they said your name and they handed you a piece of paper?
No, no, didn't hand it right away. First spoke to me for a while and then handed it to me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And they wearing hats, sunglasses, or?
No, nothing. Nothing. I could describe him to a T.
What's that? You could
Describe him to a T. No, nothing.
Was the person nervous or were they angry or?
No, calm as could be. Totally calm.
That's really crazy. Are they trying to ask for money or something?
Yeah.
But is someone trying to? I mean, listen. If it's something like that, it sounds probably like you go to the police. But
I may have to, but I'd rather talk to you first and then.
yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. There's scumbags out there all the time that try to do stuff like that.
Oh, I know.
So
That's why, I just want you to see, because I don't want, I don't want your father upset. So,
don't say anything to Dad and try to take a look at it. Because Dad flies off the on everything.
That's why I suggested after he goes to work tomorrow.
Did the person give you any kind of like time frame or anything?
No.
Okay.
But it's
Yeah.
clear. It's clear what's wanted.
Can I just ask you, what do they ask for?
I don't know. This TV is probably about 5.
They asked you for $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I mentioned, like an ex-girlfriend.
Hi, Sandra. Come on in. Good. How are you? Okay.
that's crazy. Let me take a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
and then I'll go from there.
Lincoln, your turn. Lincoln's going first. Okay, do that one. Yeah, that would be good.
Okay. Let me take a look, and then I'll.
That's why I just thought, if you wanted to go to dinner, we'll see where we'll go.
Yeah, I'll go down in the afternoon, and I'll take a look at whatever someone say.
Maybe we'll go for a walk on the beach or something. It's going to be nice tomorrow.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Love you too, honey. Bye-bye. Yes.
In this call, does the defendant tell his mother, obviously, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place?
He does.
What is the significance to your investigation of the reference to a TV? This TV is probably about 5.
He had made statements. I believe Wendy Adelson made the statement that he had offered to have a hitman hired early on, but thought it would be cheaper to have a TV, to buy her a TV as a divorce present.
All right, and what about the use of the word 5? This TV is probably about 5.
And the 5,000 is what was written on the paper that the undercover had provided.
All right, in this call, was an ex-girlfriend mentioned? Or the term ex-girlfriend?
Yes, the term ex-girlfriend.
Okay. Was it ever said up to this point, whose ex-girlfriend?
No.
The name Katie or Katherine Magbanua at all?
No.
And does the defendant, in this case, has the evidence revealed he has a lot of ex-girlfriends?
That's correct.
Who is the next person that he calls after these? We've got 3 calls with his mother.
Katherine Magbanua.
Publish D, please.
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
What's up?
Are you someplace you can talk to me?
So what?
Are you any place that you can talk to me?
You can talk to me right now.
What's that?
Just talk right now. Just talk.
Okay, can you go somewhere where it's not loud when I'm talking to you?
I can't. This is like loud. Like I can't get out.
Okay, I'm trying to walk outside and talk to you right now. I can't even fucking get outside. All right, let me run it off. All right. Somebody. Hang on, okay? Can you hear me okay?
I can hear.
Okay. I just want you to listen to me, and I'll be able to talk to you in person when I see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Because I don't know what's going on, but my mom walked the kids. Evidently, I only heard part of the story, and I'm gonna go down there and talk to her tomorrow to find out what's going on.
Okay.
Because she didn't want to elaborate. But she said that someone approached her on the street, called her by name, handed her an envelope with something in it.
Yeah.
And somebody she really wouldn't go into detail. And listen, I have no idea what this is in reference to. But something regarding her son, something regarding his ex-girlfriend, and the person asking my mom for some money.
What?
Yeah. So I said, I'm like, first when she was saying, I thought it was like something involved in the IRS or a pension or something like that. So I don't even know what the fuck it's about at all.
So somebody just like bumped into your mom like that?
Well, they came up to her on the street after she dropped the kids off at school. I guess she brought them to school. I don't even know. But they must know her routine and must know who she is.
Yeah.
They walked up to her. They called her by name. They handed her an envelope. She said they spoke to her for a few minutes. and then she said they were making reference to my ex-girlfriend, which I have no fucking clue what that's about.
Yeah.
And then they explained that they needed to be paid some money.
For what?
I don't even know. His mom didn't even want to talk to me on the phone. Like, well,
But like, did she see the person? Was she like, she should have like,
oh yeah,
asked or something?
that's what I said. I said, someone's going to try to blackmail you or something.
Exactly,
Correct.
right,
I
you
said-
like that.
I said, you got to go straight to the police. Because she's like, I don't even know what this is about. I don't want to talk about it. I go, well, take a picture and send me what it is. She's like, I just wanted to see the person. So I'm going to go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work until 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just.
So
come
who's
down
like
here tomorrow.
stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's involved. I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. I mean, yeah.
This is what I do with my mom.
Okay. Just checking. Just checking. I don't know what.
No, but I feel
who knows?
for your mom. Like, what the hell?
Yeah, well,
Like,
I don't
this
know.
random person, like, just going up to your mom, like, hello.
Yeah, and my mom said it involves your ex-girlfriend, so I don't even think she said who. I'm just like, you're my last girlfriend, so that's why I'm calling you.
What do they want from her?
I have no idea. So anyway, I'm gonna find out. Well, they wanted money.
I know, exactly. Did she tell you? Like, what?
No, she was just kind of like a little bit rattled and with the kids, and was like, listen, just she knows I have the day off tomorrow, so she's like, come down and talk to me. So I'm going down tomorrow to talk to her, and then I don't remember if it had anything to do with you. If they're mentioning you or any reference to you, I'll keep you posted.
What does it mean? Yeah, like a
I don't know.
girlfriend.
Well, we'll talk. It could be anything, so I just assume that.
Exactly.
But anyway, doesn't matter. So I may want to see you tomorrow if it does have anything to do with you. If it doesn't, then I feel like a fucking idiot for even bothering wasting your time. But if it
Yeah, I
does
would
have
feel
anything
bad
to
for
do-
your mom. Like, who the hell? Like, if that was me, would have like called me right away? Be like,
I know. I said, Mom, was the guy wearing
Number
hat
one.
and glasses? Mom was like, no, I could pick the person out of lineup in a second. They came over to me. They spoke to me very politely. There was a white male in his 30s, no hat, no glasses, just a white male in the 30s. Came up there, knew who she was, and addressed her. So, but anyway, neither here nor there. I feel like an idiot if it was some other ex, but anyway.
Yeah. Did you have any fight with any of your other ex or something?
I don't know. I mean, maybe I should just be calling everybody today.
No, yeah, you should try to find out.
I thought when I spoke to my mom, she said it involved, they mentioned your name in it. That's why I was calling you, but I'm going to feel like an idiot if they didn't. So, but anyway, are you working tomorrow? What's your story?
Yeah, but you can always pass by over there. Doesn't matter.
All right, what time do you finish work?
Thank you. All right, let me know.
What time do you finish work tomorrow?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Well, like I told them like I'm usually between like 9:30 to. You want me to get up? Okay.
What?
Anytime between 9:30 to like 3-ish, 4-ish. It depends.
Okay.
However it is. Like today I was like super like crazy.
Okay, I got to get back in there. I'm going to be in Miami, and when I'm done hanging out down there, I'm going to talk to you. Okay?
Yeah, I'm like right there. So.
So figure somewhere around 4-ish, I'll see you.
Okay.
All right. No worries, you know.
All right.
All right. Have a good day. I'll talk to you later.
Yes, sir.
In this call, we hear Charlie Adelson say that the undercover mentioned something about her son, meaning that the undercover mentioned something about him. Did the undercover mention anything about Charlie Adelson?
No.
Anything about Charlie Adelson's ex-girlfriend?
No, not in those words.
He did say the name Katie and
Correct.
Tuto, correct?
Correct.
But didn't specify your son's ex-girlfriend, anything like that.
That's correct.
In this call, we hear the defendant stating that Katherine Magbanua was his last ex-girlfriend, and that's why he's calling her. Is it true, based on the evidence that was collected in this case, that Katherine Magbanua was in fact his last ex-girlfriend?
No.
Okay, so he had other girlfriends in between Katherine Magbanua and the bump,
That's correct.
including who?
Whitney Kick,
Okay, did he call Whitney Kick at all on the wire?
no.
Did he ever call any other ex-girlfriends other than Katherine Magbanua about this matter?
Not about this matter, no.
All right, I want to go to the next day, April 20th, 2016. Do we have a meeting that occurs that day?
We do.
All right, and Charlie and Donna have discussed, we're going to meet in person, we don't want to talk on the phone. Did that meeting take place on April 20th?
It did.
Where did that meeting take place?
It started inside their building, but they walked out the back of the building of the Icon where Mrs. Adelson lives. They walked out the back of it and then walked down the sidewalk, which is a marina right on the water of South Beach. There's a marina right behind their building. They walked down that sidewalk along the water, and there was a restaurant just down from their condo. And they stopped behind that restaurant at a little table and sat at the table right by the water.
Is that restaurant Monty's on South Beach?
That's correct.
What time of day did this meeting occur at Monty's?
Approximately 1 p.m.
How long was the meeting?
About 30 minutes.
Were you present for the meeting?
I was.
And can you describe sort of their demeanor or what they were doing at the meeting?
They walked very closely to each other, went and sat kind of next to each other. There's a little round concrete table. They sat next to each other, and they were kind of leaning in intently, talking to each other, very low voices.
Were there any attempts made to record what was being said at that meeting?
Yes, we did try to record it.
Okay. What were the results of those attempts?
We were not able to get close enough to them. They were isolated across the sidewalk next to the water, and we weren't able to get close enough to them to be able to capture any audible conversations.
How close did agents get? Did they have bags similar to the ones that were previously described, like recording devices in bags?
There were recording devices in bags, yes. And we were able to get, I think the closest we were able to get is maybe 20 feet from them.
All right. And was the recording from that, was the expert that we heard from earlier, McElveen, able to get any audible words out of that recording?
Not from those recordings, no.
Okay. Was there a photograph taken of this meeting?
Yes, I took a photograph.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 54.
Any objection?
No objection.
States 54 is admitted.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Once this meeting concluded, what is the next phone call that occurs on the wire?
Charlie Adelson calls Katherine Magbanua.
All right. And so what time did that call occur?
Can I refer to the
You may.
chart? It occurs at 3:14 p.m.
Okay, and in this call, are they just giving directions to each other to meet up?
That's correct.
All right, and is that the Dolce meeting?
It is.
Okay, what is Dolce?
Dolce was a pizza sandwich shop. They was next to her business where she worked. It was in a shopping center. They met first in a car, and then they walked into Dolce and sat inside of the restaurant and talked.
Right, and we've heard about the efforts to record the meeting as well as the clarification.
Okay.
Was the clarification that McElveen did put onto the Mo Better video that came from the other recording device in the restaurant?
That's correct.
Okay, and have we also got, for demonstrative purposes, the transcript that will play along with this recording and audio?
Yes.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence that composite exhibit 111.
Any objection to 111?
Now, I do have two separate exhibits, Your Honor. I have 111 with a star, which is our demonstrative. We can call that 111A or demonstrative D, whatever's your honor's preference.
Just make sure it's marked as demonstrative.
Yes, sir. And then we've got 111, which does not have the transcript included.
Right, Mr. Rushbaum.
No objection other than our prior objections.
Very well. 111 will be admitted at this time. I will also give the instructions if the state and defense desire concerning these recordings as well.
Yes, sir. This is about a 40 to 45 minute recording. So for your planning purposes, we can do that and then break for the day, or we can, whatever your honor wants.
We'll break for the day then after it's published.
Okay.
Members of the jury, you are about to view a video recording. I'm going to instruct you that the subjects shown were speaking before the recording starts, and certain portions of the recording are inaudible. Like other recordings, you may determine this recording's context or lack thereof based on what you are able to hear. I'm going to give you a second instruction now concerning this same recording. You are about to hear recorded conversations. These recorded conversations are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You are also being furnished transcripts of the recorded conversations. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recording. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear and not what you read.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish.
You may.
And Judge, for this is the recording that's more difficult to hear, so I would ask that all jurors use the headphones for this particular publication.
Members of the jury would all put on your headphones at this time if you have not been using them already.
If anyone needs to adjust the volume, maybe I'll play it and then go back. We'll restart it a couple times to make sure everybody's got it correct. Now that we've got everybody's volume adjusted, we're going to start one more time. Go ahead, please.
somebody asks me for money, but yeah, and with the police show up, and there's a doctor, there's an old surgeon standing there with a dead patient, on the driver. They're not going to come down to our way. They're not going to talk anybody. I don't know what you're trying to do. It's not like someone's going to say, well, that dude's your man. Like, this is happening. They didn't go through the trouble of taking my mom out to answer that and then go away. So I've got two options. They're not going away. They never waited. Never come back. They ain't going away. The trouble they see. Well, with the beard or with the badge? Well, I don't, if the badge comes up to you, tell them how to say I'll listen, if they want to charge you something, charge me. If not, I'm off the top. Sorry. No, it's very simple. Like, if you're going to charge me, charge me. Yeah, but things have changed a lot. You know what's changed a lot? Cameras everywhere. So cops now, they have a fucking pension. When they retire, they're going to get a pension for the next 30 years. Medical, dental, and salary every month. If they think that, you know, the cameras, look how many cameras are there. Fine. You know, I mean, they better be doing it in a place where they're trying to train it, that someone just have a camera pointing outside the building they capture and report their capture. What I'm saying is that this person is not going to go away. And he's very equipped with details. Where do the details come from? I don't know. The details come from. Well, because what is his name? You go to the house? Okay, I'm going to tell you my brother is. I'll go right now and tell him. You're going to say, he proved it. And I'm going to say, no. You know how to know you? I'm going to say no. You see your brother? No. How do you know you? He told me. Okay, he told me that's told. Secondhand knowledge was not even visible. I mean, what did he tell you? He said, I did. He said, I went in and said, my brother said he did it. You can't prove it. You got to put the person to see. You understand? In order to prove it, you have to put that person at the scene. At the time, not in the car, because the fact is, like, even if, let's say, you just sat in my car, right? And then I go ahead and I commit a crime, and then I go, and you're dating in the car, I go, yeah, she was in my car, she got out, and she did this horrible crime. Okay, if they come and they get the DNA in the car, they go, no, Katie was in the car. No, Katie sat in the car for 2 minutes, got an AAC, and then got out of the car. Katie has nothing to do with you having a murder independence. So, even if I can prove, say, yeah, Katie, you know, can't Katie had a murder independence. I think Katie, I'd say that she sat in the car, yeah. Do is they have to do that. You haven't been in the car, and if you read the generation of you know, you were going to have money or you know, such and such a day, you would have lots of DNA, your fingerprints, such hairs, all of that on the car. That proves, yeah, congratulations, you were in the car. It's not a crime to sit in a car. Okay, you know what I mean? My mom just sat in the car because it's not a crime. They have to prove things and put them in the scene and the date. The guy's name was 2-0. I don't know what the fuck it is. It's just 2-0. And it's 2 parts of it now. And I'm sure they can come and your family can count that on TV. Now, 2's family are out. I don't know what you're talking about. And he just making this up. You're trying to and again, said maybe some, I don't know, maybe also like the light, a lot of people so technically have like the act dog, or if you had something like a picture in the shopping center or anything. You said, no, I said, if you light it, and you said it's white, he could get this thing, but yeah, this is it, so yeah, like, this is like, you can't tell. I talked to you on the phone, so I talked to somebody, you know, Maria from West Side Story. But he could have been, right? So he wasn't, wasn't strong skin. He wasn't, he hadn't come. He's like, for example, he's very recognizable. With no glasses, I said, what about, no glasses, no hat, well, he said, well dressed. Yeah, it wasn't like, you would have looked at him and be like, oh, he's tall. No, he said, she was her, and I kind of like a little faster, and I was jacket. She said, he was broad. You think, I'm walking this way, so your mom goes to the right, he was like this. Say, you turn, the mom said, oh, sorry, sir. Do this. And then your mom said, sorry. And he said, his things. I said, yes. I didn't talk to you. Right, so mom thought it was like a process over. She said it was. It cost $19 to find out, and it probably rented the apartment under their lease. So it's probably in the register, like, you go online, it's like $19, $29.99, find anyone you want. That's all you do. And it shows where they're registered at. And it's located. And you go online, pull up a picture, and you see how nice it is. And you would get the lights, that's the online. Yeah. So, Zero. But then what you do is you wear a wire, give this person all, and if you can get
you rented a car today? I go, hey, can I borrow for the weekend? I'll bring it back on Tuesday. You go, yeah, sure. So you rented a car. So you've been in that car. I drive into fucking Orlando. I rob McDonald's in Orlando. I come back and I go, here's the keys, Steve. And okay, thanks. Yeah, you rented it. Well, what if you were fucking out all weekend, didn't even know I took your car? I did something and I brought it back. Okay. My point is, I don't have any knowledge. Evidently, this person is just pretending to do stuff. I don't want someone paying for this errand. He could. I wish it wasn't kind of like games. Why? It's the cop playing games or investigator playing games. And you know what I'm saying? Like, don't talk to the person involved. It's not talking to the article. And I'm not involved, but if they do argue you, Yeah, my phone was, I got posted new photos on my phone. You're not looking at the pictures, I thought all these pictures. Why don't you come back over, you can look up and take pictures on you. I'm serious, I don't have the time to like TV. The point is, okay, I don't want to come, you're not getting my dick pictures. That's my answer, okay? If you think I did something that resonated, I already did, and that's it. Yeah. That's it. Now, I don't want these people coming back. If they are coming, I'm happy because I got nothing to hide. If they're a bad guy, there's two ways to deal with it. One is, go ahead and contact the police department. Okay, so contact this guy, so when we talk to him on the phone, you know, arrange for things to be set up. When it's set up, it's going to be like a fucking SWAT team and fucking FBI. You're going to fucking take this guy down and maybe talk for 10 years because you just have you on tape recording somebody. And now, 17, you know, you start 10 years in prison. Okay, next thing you know, this person's a state. People, other people start seeing it. As soon as they have him, it starts rolling your feet out. Well, my parents would have to say, yeah, the guy came and he said that he asked the story what happened. There's just these police, or it's going to be, they're going to want to come in and they're going to check out anybody who comes down out of jail. And then it's not going to be, big boys flying in to see what they come up with. Okay, and then that's probably going to make a decision. I want to get to the party, but I don't want to take it all next to the sticky test. This was my idea. I give you money. You contact me. This is what I'm this is what I'm saying. I give you money. You talk on the phone. You're going to be and he's and have this I can talk to stay. So even though I know whoever this guy is, I don't know who he is. And these people are going to my friend say, I got it, you can call the guy up and say, I got to call so I got to call somebody to say, I reached out. All I wanted to say. I got to call so if he reached out. These people have
thing. And this is a charity to help somebody out. Less fortunate people being harmed. And as the organization become, if it happens again, the whole time you're talking, you just said, I don't know. And all that's going on, I was just called by a very shaken woman. I'm scared. And I told them that, let me really try to help these people. But that you don't use anything other than the word help and charity. And that you're going to ask them, you leave these people alone where they are going to police. That's all I'm saying. If it's the police, they can't take the money. Can't take the money, they won't even come meet you. It's fucked up. If it's the guy, maybe the guy, he knows, and he's fuck off, times a million. And then now he's fucking with his wife, and he's fucking with him, and you fucking keep himself, you better kill him, if it's a big problem. And so if you are, if you can't do it, we'll have someone else do it. And so, hang on, conversation, it will be done. You know what I'm saying? I think you have to careful next time you think it's what I got to do. This person knows, they feel like they don't know that if they I think they need to read it. What? No. Right, so he doesn't have to found. He'd be happy to know that. Our paths never crossed that. I didn't know the two of you would go together. Not like a patient, you know, where it's like, yeah, I thought you was around when you guys were together, and I hopped in and walked out. Like, that's a different story. That's disrespectful. So, what? You don't ask. I'm the one who's like, hey, I'll send you the license for a very good price. I figure that's one problem. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm the one who, I don't have to tell you. I show you. to let them know that these people are not ready to come. Like, they got nothing to hide. Okay? So, you're the one they reached out to, and they said they reached out to me because you mentioned my name. I'm more afraid of small terms, like knock on the door again and again and again, and this is. Why not? Because I don't think they want to marry. He's like so far that like he doesn't have anybody to call up. He still has to. Because you listen, you giving somebody some money is not an admission of any kind of thing. Like, it's like, listen, if you gave me $1 million, one of the times, I don't know what this is about, this is telling you, he hasn't been taking this stuff many years. Like, just the way he said it, like, he said, he needs to help. He was there for his family. Yeah, like he didn't want to share. He didn't share. But he could just as questions didn't understand. His questions behind that guy for all money. She hasn't been eating, and she's been up since 2 o'clock in the morning with diarrhea. Like, how do you think I can feel my mom 65 years old? I was 2 in the morning, talking about diarrhea. He was. Your black someone's got a couple options. You just take care of it. Hey, and if you're blackmailing somebody who's had no problem possibly doing that, hey, blackmail somebody with a bank and a secretary. Now, if you're blackmailing somebody over fucking, like, my office in the morning, less than the afternoon. I don't know what it's just about. But it's like, if you don't, like, if you're a blackmail someone cheating on the wife, don't tell them this is the thing, these are the big ones. Like, if this is what it actually is, you fucking know what I'm saying. This is what it's actually involving. Okay? It's actually involving this whole blackmailing somebody who potentially has the ability to get something like this done, you've got a fucking set of balls. Because they take you shut up real quick. Which makes me think, out of now, he's not the only income there alone, he came to somebody else. You know what I'm saying? And then this is the next thing here. What if this homeboy lost the money? All he does, he walks up and he goes, Adelson, so-and-so's family needs help. Meanwhile, his family ain't getting shit. We just get a bunch of scumbags knocking on my door. Somebody needs help. Well, guess what? I don't have anything to do with what happened down there. You don't, I don't know who it was. I don't know who it's for. Like, I don't know these people. So, my point is, the problem is, well, you're going to get every fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry showing up going, hey, somebody needs help. Go to the fucking police. I don't care. Go to the police. Tell them what you know. I'll tell what I know. Nothing. I don't. Like, friends, you don't have to be FBI. We're 5 in the morning. And, you know, this is coming from. It's, I don't know anybody who's got that patient. Just the 5 days ago.
For the witness before we rest for the evening.
I'm comfortable resting for the evening at this point, Your Honor.
Very well. Members of the jury, I'm going to give you the same instruction that I give you every day, but it is important as we progress in this trial. Please do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch any news reports or seek out any information concerning the trial. We will start tomorrow once again at the normal time at 8:45. Please report by 8:30. Have a good evening. We'll collect these the same way we would with the notepads, but the jurors will have access to them once again. Agent Sanford, you will need to report tomorrow at 8:30 as well for the continuation of your testimony. Do the parties have anything that they wish to raise with the court before we go into recess?
No, Your Honor.
One moment, thank you. No, Your Honor.
Always a squeaky wheel. I'm teasing you, Mr. Rashbaum. We're in recess for the evening. We will get started again at 8:30 tomorrow. Have a good evening, everyone.
The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. Rise up now, it's our time to shine. United and free. Together we'll write a new paradigm. United and free. United and free.